Z and
Oh, was Z there?
yeah, apparently Z was there, Eric was there, and that guy and Aaron was there, I think. Or no, wait, hold on. Yeah. Well,
Hey, I gotta go.
Okay, you're gonna take.
Gotta go take a leak.
All right, you're good. You're good. But yeah, let me see something here. I'm just gonna play the end of this anyway. Fuck it.
I understand how to unblock. So we'll readdress it in the future.
Oh, fuck.
God bless. Why do people? Hey, you know what? This could go on and on. Thank you. Let's please wrap it up. And please,
I'm going up north. I'm going to take some cops and give me some tacos. So I'll be up all night. Paul will get back on. He might be still on. I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on here, but I'll be available in another hour. So,
thank you.
Peace, man. You have a good night, man. It's been fun.
Scott, before you go, and actually, I wanted to make sure Joe heard as well. Thank you. Okay, even though my words may come across at times as dismissive and lack of gratitude, lack of appreciation, thank you. Okay, I do see what you're bringing and what you're offering. I appreciate it. Have a good night, man.
All right, brother. Take care. Take care, all.
God bless.
Jack, my final words. I'm going to hope that you will check out a video that I did on my site on YouTube called "Turning Guns into Doorknobs: Men with No Countries," and it's about the concept of going to the UN. Like I said, this man walked into the UN, Gary Davis, and that video explains how there's many people in history that did the same type of thing. And like I said earlier, Jesus would be one of them. It's about throwing off the government, regardless of whether they want to keep secrets or not. Remember, they asked him if you were the savior, and he said, "If that's what you said."
Amen.
So it's not what I say, Jack.
Brother, thank you. I'm going to follow your advice. I will try and check that out soon. I feel like we are turning some corners, brother. I think, and I appreciate the efforts I've seen from you, and I think we're going to.
Yeah, I'm trying to see
find a beautiful future.
If I'm even live or not.
All right, I'm gonna throw you to the back though, Wizard. Unless you got anything. All right, peace. God bless.
All right, Talcon, I'm out of here. Another one of the books. It was a pleasure to co-create here tonight. Keep these folks out of their imagination unless we have to go back in and envision the way of slavery. All right,
I know what I did wrong.
You. Blessings. I'm out of here. And don't be afraid, Talcon. Restore the keys. You have nothing to worry about. Hashtag trust me.
Much love. Yes, thank you, brother. God bless.
Oh, it's back at the beginning.
Whoops. Hold on.
Bragging? I'm just saying, I think that.
Why is this happening? All right, you know what? My computer's glitching. I'm already glitching out. All right.
Throw your link over here.
This might be better. Let me try to turn. Can you hear that? Let me try this. Let me try this one more time.
Maybe some unexplained challenges, maybe some curveballs have been tossed your way, and maybe you don't have as much to worry about as you thought. Maybe your spirit is there guiding you into better, more abundant, more peaceful destinations. That's what the scripture talks about. And I don't know that it's true, but I do believe. I mean, the explanation I share, it just makes sense, man. If I'm real, God is real. You could say the same thing for you. If you are real, God is real. And if God is real, trust there is no separation. And if there's no separation from the God of the universe, and there's no separation from that love, who are you to deny the faith? Who are you to choose fear, to choose anger? Who are you? Who am I? I am you, and you are me, and we are the time of today. And so with that, I think I am going to say, have a beautiful evening. Thank you again, brothers and sisters. Choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear.
There we are.
And harassing. Wow, I was just muted. I didn't realize I was muted on my end. How's my sound? All right.
I'm gonna bounce over to that one.
Okay, for sure. All right, cool. Cool deal. Yeah, so again, like I don't have the people don't know I'm over here really as much, and even if I wanted to now, I couldn't post. I wouldn't be able to post a link on Pineal because I have no capabilities on there. So kind of whack. Unfortunately, that's the way it is, though. I think when you have one strike, you're still able to maybe, but when you have a second one, it's more serious. You're like on restrictions. It's like 2021 all over again, kind of memories. Forgetting medical hit with the medical stuff. First, just saying facts, you know. Look at how many people are live. Wow, that's crazy. That's how you know you're subbed to too many people. Do you know Bernie?
I do. The science dude.
Yeah, you've been on with him a couple times. You were on a couple panels with him.
I like him.
Yeah, he's cool. He's good people. From what I can tell. From what I can surmise.
No, it seems like a great guy. Dude, leave that other stream. We're getting an echo.
Okay, you're right.
Look at that, man.
I am the Dow. I
Haven't
did a disservice to I am the Dow. I did not speak up as I said I would.
Let me talk about what he's got you. What he's
My
got
apologies, but I'm not done. I will.
So, if you have not seen this yet, but what you're showing us
Stream leftovers.
is probably one of the coolest looking things that you're ever going to see in terms of caffeine, atmospheric electricity.
Sean, do you know I am the Dow?
And the team took a giant mesh of cross-hatched wires spaced about a foot apart, and sort of like a chainmail fence, but
Made of iron.
These big, heavy.
And I'm muted. I love when I do that. Yeah, I don't know who it is, but yeah.
I enjoy the humor.
It's some very interesting comments. I think there's a chance it might be. There's a couple people I think it might be, but I'm not sure. It could be.
I got a couple.
It could be. At one point, I thought it was Mitch, but I don't think it's Mitch anymore. Definitely not Mitch. Then again, who knows? Anything's possible. You know, I don't know.
Dude, there's some interesting characters, and I am a fan. I am the Dow. Got some funny comments, even though I've been the subject. What are we doing, Sean? What do they got going on?
And I'm muted again. See, I keep doing that because I know I'm just gonna have background noise, and I do it for a reason. Here, let me close your tab out. I'm gonna close it. Hey, so again, you do know that that's my neighbor. You know, Don't Judge Me is my neighbor, right? I told you that already, right?
If you did, I did not know.
Yeah, man.
I saw a comment about that.
Okay.
I went and gave the mod. Actually, if you want a mod, I can throw one on for you too. But I gave them to some of the people who I saw being nice.
Yeah. So what's the current? So yeah, you don't have to tell me. We don't have to talk about it. I was gonna ask what happened with a couple people, but
please ask anything. I don't care.
How do I do this here? Oh no, this is the other way. Oh wow, I am Talcott. Holy crap. I am Talcott.
You are.
I am Talcott.
See?
Wow. Epic.
I love that seat too.
Domi arigato, Mr. Talcato, domo domo. Domo domo. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. So the link is there to join. What was the last thing you said? I'm sorry. I'm in my own I don't even know. Hyperverse right now. My own metaverse. Metabetaverse, as Paul has recently coined.
You said, well, you were prevented yourself from asking a question about something. You started wondering about someone or something, but
Oh, well, I was saying about how interesting it is that like so many people were at J6. That's all. And that was one of the first thing I said. Yeah, I don't know. It's just strange to me because I think the whole J6 thing was. Yes, this is real right now. This is real. Obviously most people know it was a psyop, but I mean, I wonder just how many people that were there were in on it is all. I'm sure I would imagine there were probably honest people who had heard about it beforehand and went there. Obviously, I mean, I do think that, but I wouldn't rule anything out. But yeah, holy, you never know. I'm trying, guys. They hit me on the other channel, so now I got to be here, and that's just the way it is for now. Yeah. It's kind of like a bad memory, though, when you start dealing with the same shit you were dealing with in the height of the 2020. It was really 2021 is where, well, both really. 2020, they started hitting hard with the censorship, and then 2021, it got like ridiculous. They wiped anyone out who had been talking about it since 2020. And then anyone who maybe just started talking about it in that year in 2021 maybe survived if they didn't have that much good stuff out there. But yeah. This guy, Dr. Longo?
I don't think I do.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool channel to check out, especially if you live in Florida, which you obviously don't. But you said Spokane Anarchist, right, Randy?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, because I used to see him around, and I know he's obviously in Spokane. Talked to him a few times.
I forgot about that name. He's another one, dude. He crossed my path. I tried getting to know him, tried inviting him to lunch, and just disappeared. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I watch a lot of really interesting channels, man. I see that you watch a lot of similar ones as well. I'm at the point where I want to go to my account and sub to all these channels so I don't forget about all these channels. If they do, God forbid, take out my other channel. But
on the other account.
But I need to get some remedy and resolution before they do that. Because honestly, I don't think they would, because I really don't have much on there that's like that people can't find somewhere else. I mean, oh, whoops, it is not Saturday night. Whoops, that was the wrong day. Yeah. Anyway, where do you want to go with this, Jack? What do you want to talk about here? What did we start by what did we start with? I don't even remember now.
I don't remember.
What do you think of this Stu Peters guy?
I think he's confused about something. I think he's got the right heart, but I think he's been confused. Come to some interesting conclusions. Honestly, Sean, where I'm at, I have a tough time believing this is real. Right? I mean, some of the stuff Stu Peters reports, is that real? I mean, the clots and stuff like that, and
snake venom.
Well, it's apparently real. Not all of it, but well, and actually, I see that comment. It's a man who wants to sell, and that's what's the desire to sell, the desire to profit is what has corrupted mankind. The selfishness. But I'm not, you know what? I don't know his work enough to know. I just know enough to be skeptical. What do you think of Stephen Greer?
Yeah, that's another person we could talk about.
Right?
Definitely somebody worth looking at closer. Like a lot of these grifters, man, that I think I don't know what their ultimate. I don't know what they're ultimately what they're who is behind them, but there's
It's
something going on there. You know, it's pretty obvious. So
hey, there's
pretty
enough.
obvious.
Today's a day where we should be listening and paying attention, and I think there's a lot of people out there who should be listened to more. And then there's others that, you know, I think a lot of people have risen with the right intentions, and then, well, admittedly, I think people convince themselves that, you know, you just got to conform, you just got to be able to fit in, and people talk themselves out of changing the world. So I think a lot of people are growing, and then they get to a certain level, and then they get distracted by profits and all that other crap.
By profits?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's part of the deception of this nation. I mean, the left-right divide, they're both they're both capitalist, which means for the purpose of profit. That's really what capitalism is all about, is profits. So as long as we put profits above health and life, we're going to live in hell. This is going to continue to be Satan's realm.
Yeah, I think there's things that can be gained from all systems. You know, there's always some good that can be gained from any system, right? So that's the hard thing, is kind of being able to pick the good from, say, the socialist or the communist or the capitalist or the whatever system it might be, and just take the good and leave the rest, and coagulate all of them into the, you know what I mean, the idealistic, you know, utopia that just, it's kind of, it's a tall cup to fill, a tall order.
It is, but I actually think, well, man's laws violate nature. Man's laws survive on division and oppression. Nature doesn't divide. Nature doesn't limit. If we stopped denying nature and we started cooperating with each other, cohabitating with Mother Earth and each other, dude, life could become so simple, so abundant.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be a lot easier than, it doesn't have to be so hard, I mean, by any means.
Well, hey, back to that character of Stephen Greer. Regardless what you think of UFOs or you think his intentions, that man's at least brought out a lot of documents that I hadn't seen or heard of before, and he's pushing for disclosure. And I tell you what,
the CE5 stuff was really interesting to me at one point, but you have to, I mean, look, when I look this up, when I look up disclosure, I mean, look what comes up. Like, look how many, I bet this has like 5 million views or something, which to me is like, and I mean, here you got kind of the, you know, you got the obvious, like what looks like the dark and light symbolism where he's got the one eye darkened, you know, so, I mean, it's not that hard to, let me see his picture. Yeah, he's got 500 some thousand. I don't know. It's like, whistleblowers, 128,000 views from 4 days ago, and it's kind of like, well, if it's really whistleblowers, I mean, aren't they getting? I thought whistleblowers are getting like silenced always. Isn't that always the thing with whistleblowers? Not getting promoted. It's the opposite of that. They wouldn't have like, an eighth of the way to 1 million views in 4 days if you were.
Well,
Whistleblowers come forward at Washington D.C. I don't know.
that's, I mean, this
Reminds me of
is
like David
actually,
Wilcock, who I used to like David Wilcock too a lot. I have one of his
Mhm.
books, and yeah, I like Robin's comment there. Stupid eaters eat up the propaganda. Yeah, stupid eaters. Right.
yes.
Yeah,
Well-
I have a Stu Peters video here too. I wanted to watch. I haven't watched it yet, but
I haven't watched this one yet either, but I was planning on it. But regardless, I mean, this is
what
his
Steve Greer?
intention.
Do you? Oh, so you watch some of his stuff?
I do.
I haven't watched him in a while, man, but I did at a point a little bit, and that the CE5 stuff sounded. Oh wow, man, he gets a lot of views. Wow. Sheesh.
And it's actually not even I'm not even as interested in the CE5 stuff, although I do find that fascinating.
Look at this one here.
interested-
This is hot. Look at this right here, Hollywood and Demi Lovato. I mean, it doesn't make sense really. It's like, okay, well, hold on. Like back when Phil Schneider was a thing, would Phil Schneider have met with, not that Phil Schneider and Stephen Greer should be compared to each other. And again, but maybe they can be, because maybe Phil Schneider was part of the, show too. I don't know, actually, the truth about him. Are you familiar with Phil Schneider too, or no?
Mhm.
Yeah, the guy who was talking about the deep underground military bases and the reptilians underground. But the way you got to hear him talk about it, otherwise
Otherwise, it sounds crazy.
Yeah. Well, even him talking about it would sound crazy to most people. So.
Well, with him, I'm most interested in his work for disclosure. My purpose is to end legal secrets. When secrets are no longer legal, the government programs will be disclosed to the public, and we'll be able to learn all sorts of amazing things.
Above top secret. I don't know if I've seen this, but I know I was told to. Is this the one that has Wilcock in it too?
I honestly don't remember. I wonder if I haven't seen that either.
Well, I think we can watch this. It's just the trailer. I think we'll be okay watching a trailer.
Crash retrievals are true, then all bets are off.
It's very hard for people to get their minds around where the real power is. And it's not at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The reality is something much more stark.
They've been working on this for 60, 70, perhaps 80 years.
The reason why the government is talking about these UFOs now, they're getting ready for the next level of war.
Are these objects a national security concern?
They're proffering a narrative of a national security threat that doesn't exist.
I call them alien reproduction vehicles. They're made by private corporations somewhere on this planet.
Technology from Roswell from 1947 has largely been held back from us.
Portal technology, teleportation, whatever you can imagine, it's already been done.
The biggest secrets are not the zero-point energy and electrogravitics. It's the science of consciousness. All their communication systems are moving in the consciousness field and are thought actuated. The people at the CIA call it WSFM, weird science and frickin' magic. The transdimensional interstellar technology will benefit humanity.
There has been tremendous disinformation.
The media.
Wouldn't it be ironic if they were the ones who are essentially at the forefront because they're actually telling you about the misinformers while they themselves are? Let me not theorize here.
Keeping secrets with the government.
The dimensional interstellar technology will benefit humanity.
that has been tremendous disinformation.
The media is keeping secrets with the government.
These are lethal, vicious people. And I'm focused on exposing the extraordinary technologies that they want to keep secret. No aspect of life on Earth will be unaffected by it.
Interesting stuff. Of course it does. I mean, imagine how much they spent on that trailer right there alone. I mean, but
well, he's supposedly got scientists and people working together for the purposes of developing publicly or open source development of free energy devices. And I don't know how much of this is true or not, but between him and, you familiar with is it Gamble, Foster, whatever, the Thrive movement?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, their work too, bringing forward some of the technologies, investigating some of the technologies that are available. Our speed, dude, we are so backwards in so many ways. Science, health, nutrition, just everything.
Yeah, what do you think of that picture right there for the Sean Ryan show that they're both doing there? It's either a coincidence or they're both paying homage to their brotherhood or whatever you want to call it. Which it's like, to me, I'm like, well, if I'm not in that brotherhood, if I'm not in that club, then I kind of feel left out. And, it's not that I necessarily want an invite. I'm just saying that, I don't know. I feel there's a dissonance. There's a distance there.
I don't read too much into all of this. I mean, if there's a bunch of signs, yeah, but sometimes I see a lot of people take this stuff so far. Well, some of the gematria and some of the numbers, it just gets.
Oh, for sure. I hear you. Today I was looking at Mr. Smith in the chat, and for once I tried to not for once, I do it every now and then, but I tried to not hear him out, but read his comments and really try to get a feel for where his headspace was at, because I know where he's at, because in a way I really was there in a lot of ways for a few years, and it was kind of like late last year that I kind of started to snap out of it a little bit in terms of paying attention to gematria every day, essentially, and paying attention to what was going on in the news more, and that kind of stuff. Where now I don't watch the news, man. I don't. Not even even when Paul is watching some stuff, I get kind of it feels weird. So, because even though I know I'm watching it for a different reason, to pick it apart really and see what they're trying to feed everyone else and what everyone else is being fed. That's what I'm trying to. But look at this. I mean, Greer's on with Logan Paul, and it's like, CNN even, is that what this is? Oh no, maybe not. But whatever, he's on Logan Paul. I mean, I'm sure he's been on the news with Demi Lovato. So, here you go. And there's Neil deGrasse Tyson there. It's just, if people are being pushed, usually it's for a reason. And usually from what I've seen, it's usually for a reason that's not necessarily to the ultimate benefit of the majority of people per se, but usually the majority of the few, because the power is kind of consolidated that way into the hands of a few instead of the many. So, you know what? Since someone said Oh, okay. Let me go to that first, actually. Oh, I don't know what this is, so Disclosure Comics.
I looked at that. I think that's the Corey Good thing.
Ah.
I think that's his
Yeah,
work.
some blue chickens and stuff. Shout out to Bernie though. He's doing
Corey
his thing.
Good is one. I don't stomach all of his reports. I'm not sure what to think of him. I think he's got good intentions, but I don't pay him enough attention. And I know he's been involved. There's a lot of. I know there was between him and Wilcock, wasn't there a bunch of back and forth?
Yeah, and there might have been a splitting.
That's
a splitting of
what I thought.
ties. But oh my gosh, look at this fucking thing, man. This is it's like Men in Black with that thing in the background.
Hey, if he's got a fantastic story and it comes out good, more power to him. I hope he makes some.
Yeah, I get, honestly, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you're not, not trying to push it as reality per se and then confuse everyone on the nature of reality and what is real, because some of us are out here wondering what is real and we're trying to get a better grasp on what is real. And if we think that giant blue bird people are real, then which they could be, you never know, right? But the point is here. I might as well show you. I would imagine Miss Brianna here knows exactly who I'm going to be referring to here. But let me see. Truth Seekers, I think, is the channel. Also a show. Okay, I guess not. Hold it. Man. All right, so check this guy. This guy's he's been repeatedly going deeper into the case of Corey Good and David Wilcock and a lot of people actually. And admittedly, I don't watch that much. I don't watch him all the time, but worst UFO documentary ever. Stephen Greer, third phase money grab. So he streams about. He's kind of, I guess people would call him maybe a grift exposer. What I guess you could call it. A grift buster.
Mm-hmm.
I guess would be a good name for it. Corey Good depositions. So yeah, I guess he's in court too. It's Corey Good fella. Whether it's real or not, I don't know. I haven't watched enough of it to really know. Here's another one: Skinwalker scam, Skinwalker Ranch scam exposed. Bob Lazar called out. It doesn't mean that just because a guy's making stuff exposing people that. But most of what I've seen by him has been seemed legitimate. So he's bringing up a lot of good points, and it kind of seems like he's exposing them all. Anyone who's really I've seen him talk about. So here you have Joe Rogan and Logan Paul, and I don't know who that is there. And then everyone in this thumbnail, I don't know where the Wilcock videos are, but he had some Wilcock ones too. Oh, here you go. The Wacky World of Wilcock. It just got a lot more wacky. So yeah, I have a really good book by Wilcock too. There's a lot of gems in it. It's the source field investigations, the mysteries of the 2012 mysteries, something and beyond or whatever. So it's got a lot of gems in it. It's a super packed book, man.
I actually, I like a lot of the stuff.
The pineal to the pyramids to the ancient sciences, esoteric occult knowledge and sciences, hidden history, and all kinds of stuff. And I know the overwhelming majority of what's in that book is true, but I can't speak for necessarily the minority that might not be. So I don't know what his deal is. But what were you gonna say?
I got into him a few years ago, and we're getting an echo there. I don't know if anything can be done, but he when he was so caught up in Trump and this white hat, that's when I knew he was off. And see, here's what I see. Jack's perspective, the trap is the money, right? He's one of those that believes in capitalism. Wilcock is who I'm referring to, which is likely why he supported the Trump movement. Got caught up in that, but I saw a long time ago, in my opinion, Trump was controlled opposition. This claim of trust the plan, wait for the white hats, this QAnon was another psyop. I mean, it's been brilliantly executed, all this stuff that's going on. But the only reason the brilliance is executed is because of incompetence among the masses. But we are the solution.
Go ahead. Oh, what'd you say? I didn't hear you.
I was trying to bring it back to the positive. Regardless of what we think, I mean, we are sharing this time with people like David Wilcock, Stephen Greer, Corey Good, Donald Trump, we are the ones who are here to change it. Hey, like Brianna said, we're just out here sifting through all the lies and deceptions.
Yeah, this, it's when people do stuff like what she's talking about in this comment that you gotta ask what their ties are, who their connections are. As Mr. Snafu would say, media relations, who their media relations are. So,
absolutely.
And I wonder where he's been. You talked to him the other day, right? Because I wasn't around yesterday, Sunday. I actually did a 4-mile walk, and I was like went on a mango hunt, and I walked to a family's for Mother's Day. It wasn't my mother because my mom, she went out of town actually to see my sister who's on Colorado, kind of in Colorado actually. I'm pretty sure she's a code follower. So, but yeah. Yep. As is most of my family, or all of my family, to my knowledge.
Well, so you're the
wow. He looks kind of rough here. Damn. Yeah, I would be the minority. Man, he looks possessed here. And I find it funny that his last stream was 2 hours and 1 minute long. But Archangel Michael on Negative Greeting. So yeah, I don't know what this guy's up to, but he's wearing some New Year. It looks like he's like dressed for New Year's. And he's in the thumbnail he's wearing one suit, but in the stream it looks like he's wearing another one.
Holy crap.
So he must be doing pretty good for himself. It's my guess.
Yeah.
Good for him. I mean, that's great, but I just wonder what he's ultimately up to. But hey, do you want to watch a little clip I got for Stu Peters guy?
Yeah.
Please, all right, because I got it in my file here. And I think it's good to have discernment with some of these folks. I think I could rename this the Talcadian Discernment After Show, but since we're talking all about subject of people, infiltration and whatever, and the like. So let me see what I got.
I gotta let a cat back in though. I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. me see here.
The proper conclusion that the mainstream media is controlled. Few have figured out that the alternative media is controlled as well. Here you see Stu Peters, this man that basically showed up out of nowhere, been spotlighted, as you can see here, with AJ in this one still photo.
No, you don't
Also,
say.
you see here Stu Peters in the obvious sign of allegiance to the people that he works for. And just like you see here with AJ doing the same thing, basically telling you who he works for as well. And here they are working side by side with Under Surveillance, starring Stu Peters and AJ. So it's very clear. Now let's get to it as far as more connections and the inception of Stu Peters into the so-called truth community. Let's take a listen.
When did you start to move into media? Like, when did you start your show?
February of 2020, or was it 21? Was it February of 21? 21, yeah, February of 21.
2020, but nonetheless, let's continue on here. And again, they always out themselves. Let's take a listen to what he says here during this interview.
Kids are dying. You saw DeMar Hamlin die suddenly on the football field. I mean, that was in front of 10 million people in a live viewing audience.
We know what went down here is not what we're being told. I've covered that already in a video on my channel. Just take a look. It's my top video on the channel. Now, taking a look here, once again, at Stu Peters. A lot of people just listen to what he has to say. He says a lot of good things, no doubt about it. But again, they control both sides. Let's look at the history of Stu Peters in his own words. Take a listen.
I'm eclectic. I'm a chameleon. I adapt to any circumstance. Because I was a rapper before, and I choose to be in bail enforcement now, does that make me a failure of some sort? No. It makes me experienced in a lot of different things.
Big point I want to make there. He says he's a chameleon, and no doubt whatsoever, he's a chameleon. Let's continue on here. And this aspect I'm going to play all the way through with his music career, or so-called music career, where he says he was signed. And just take a listen to what is said here.
I wasn't a wannabe rapper. I was a rapper with a record deal. And I'm proud of the music that I made.
Saying I ain't saying anything. I'm just saying y'all reading to me and say, oh, Stewie, he's just playing. Is that right? Because I'm your typical entertainer chasing the fast life, not remembering anything that happened just last night. And all I want to do is fuck bitches and just get trashed, right? The difference between us is I did that.
I've never heard this, for the record.
So you hear that from Stu Peters, the so-called truth speaker, and like.
And also, I think this guy may have, his channel is They Live Truth, but I think he might have been in the past maybe known as RV Truth, now that I'm thinking about it. And now that I think about it, he was one of many guys that Zach Hubbard would rip on often. Like A Call for an Uprising and Brian from High Impact Flicks, and a lot of people. So ironically, it was around that time that him and Paul went at it that I kind of fell back from watching a lot of Zach's stuff. And I guess I just kind of lost a lot of interest for it too, in a way, because I realized there was a lot of stuff I still wanted to learn about myself, that paying attention to Gematria was keeping me focused for the most part outside of myself. So yeah. And I'll give the credit to the whole panel dynamic for that, for helping me to look deeper at myself by talking to so many people and learning different personalities to look at myself in different ways. Not so much to say that other people had an impact on my true self to where I was changing in it, but I was just forced to look at myself in different ways than I had in the past, I guess. Anyway, I don't want to deter too much from this video here. I'm going on a Talcottian tangent here. A tangent.
Do is bitches and just get trashed. The difference between us is I did that all in a past life.
So you hear that from Stu Peters, the so-called truth speaker, and like so many people that enter the so-called truth community, They have a background in entertainment. This is nothing new. They're failed entertainers, failed actors, failed musicians, and they try to make their way into the truth community, these infiltrators. Now let's take a listen here, and this is very revealing by another so-called truther. And what does he say here? Take a listen.
I religiously watch Stu Peters, and that'll do me.
Stu Peters will do him. And we know about PK's background. We all know. As far as this one Disney movie, The National Treasure, starring Nicolas Cage. And just take a look at who we see in the background here. There's PK and obviously Nicolas Cage. How do you get this spot in these movies? Like I said, a lot of these individuals involve a soul culture. They have this background in entertainment. And see PK here once again in this one scene in the subway. Same movie. And take a look here. As you see in the back. And there's PK on his cell phone. And there's many occasions where PK has been involved with obviously acting. And here you see him here in this one Australian TV commercial called Advance, this product for pets, for dogs specifically. And there's PK for all to see. And obviously connected with the media itself.
Okay, so I think he's talking about... Okay, I'm tripping because I was never really into the guy's channel, but I think he's talking about this guy PK Truth or something. PK. Yep. Yeah, he doesn't have that much of a following though. I mean, this video from 4 hours ago doesn't even have any views. I don't even know how that's possible. Okay, he's probably just being crazy shadow banned. No views on his videos. That's strange. Anyway, all right, we'll finish the video. Let me just finish it before we get sidetracked here.
And obviously contracted to be part of soul cultures, like so many people, like I pointed out in the past. And I get it. People don't want to believe it for a second. But this is the reality. The controlled opposition, just like I've shown many times here as well with Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. They always give themselves out. They always out themselves. Take a listen to what David Weiss has to say here, all in plain sight.
He is yet to find out that I also was an extra in a series of 7-Up commercials. So, have your field day.
Again, like I said, they always out themselves. It's obvious. A lot of people initially, they're in denial. They don't want to believe it. But there's no denying what I'm presenting. And here you see PK and David Weiss Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole being knighted by a very famous voice actor. As you see here, John B. Wells. He did voice acting with The Deadliest Catch going back to the 80s with Knight Rider. He was the announcer for the Late Late Show with Craig Kilborn, of course famous from Coast to Coast AM and so much more. Take a listen as he knights David Weiss and, like I said, PK at the very end of this presentation. And again, how they're all connected. They all have this acting background and they're all working together. This is undeniable and people can try to write this off. But again, they put the truth in plain sight with basically this Masonic ceremony. Take a listen.
And I hereby induct you both into the Order of the Ark Knights. Henceforth, we will address you as such. Sir Peter, Sir David, and this assembly rises to you, sirs. And I mean it.
Thank you very much, John. I'm honored.
I'm honored. I don't know what to say.
They're all connected.
I'm just stopping it for effect, so people can read as well. Let me just say, even though I've only seen this movie a couple times, it's probably one of my. It's definitely top 5. So, have you?
If I have, I saw it years ago.
Well, it is 80s, so.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure I did see it because of all the. As I started digging into what was true, that show kept coming up. Hey, this stuff between. I'm not sure where. I think I see what's being painted, but is this the same video that started with Stu Peters?
Yeah. Now it's kind of like.
And now it's drifting into the other people to create a question about Stu Peters.
Right. It is. I am wondering how it's going to wrap back around to. I'm glad you're catching that. That's good that you're catching it. Are you trying to say that he's trying to kind of use crumbs from other people seeming like agents to say this guy's an agent, kind of? Okay.
Seems to me like there's a stretch, and I mean, there's plenty of evidence. Otherwise, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like a stretch in some of these things.
I hear
Let's
you.
see where it goes.
I can see how you say that. Yeah, we're almost done here anyway, but.
It is a documentary.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think it was a stretch. Now that was interesting though about Peters, and it kind of confirms some of my thoughts. He presents to me as sketchy, and
Right.
and I know that the sketchy is from, well, it's from the ego, and the ego is from the conditioning, and it's really easy to see the conditioning for those people who believe in quote unquote conservative values and the money system.
Right. Right.
Anyway,
you got to let me know if I have background noise, by the way, because my laptop's really strange at times.
Actually, it's cleaned up now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it comes out of nowhere and then goes away.
Yeah.
There again.
Well, I guess the point I was making with Stu is if he didn't make it in the entertainment, he's already, well, the lyrics were the words of the day, but people in entertainment, they get faced with that moral choice. And not just entertainment, it actually happens in our career paths as well. People make that moral choice to sell themselves out for the employer. I don't trust people who chase money.
What about this guy here? I mean, what is he after ultimately? Just to disclose the truth? I mean, how is he getting this information? Where is he getting it from? And he says he's in contact with, you know, people who. Here, let's watch this trailer. Just dropped 6 days ago. Unbelievable secrets revealed in the trailer for The Lost Century, which will expose the cost of the cover-up of the planet and the human race. And it looks like some UFO stuff. So let's see what this is about here. I don't know anything about it.
I don't either.
Results have been fantastic. So very happy. I'm here again because I have hair greed and I want even better results.
Hold up. I just skipped that ad. Dr. Jeffrey Epstein? Is this a joke? Do you see this right now? Hold on a second here. Where am I at? This is real. Dr. Jeffrey Epstein. That's this ad right here. Hair restoration expert. Are you guys seeing this? Top right corner. That's fascinating. It doesn't even look that far off from. How do I make this bigger here? Hold on. Let's try to go to this ad here. Where did? Does anyone else see this ad? All right. Anyway, let's watch this video. Fascinating. Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, hair restoration expert. That is fascinating. Anyway, all right.
Dude, sorry, I heard you saying that. I'm glad I caught that.
And you see how I'm getting this ad right after I was just talking it today on Paul's panel about yep. See how that works there? See how that works there?
Oh wow, dude.
Holy, yeah.
Holy.
Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much.
Oh, hey. I mean, this is the time we're living in. It's fucking mind-blowing. It's remarkable. And so maybe this Stephen Greer, he was a doctor and his fascination turned into a destiny. And I want to believe that he is pure in his intentions, that he
of
simply
course.
wants.
I mean, I'd like to believe that too. Yeah, I'd like to believe that too.
And I'd like to help him succeed in disclosure. So I've reached out to him and many others. Wilcock as well. I reached out to him a few years ago. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, let's see. Yeah, let's see what.
No. Unidentified flying objects is an obfuscating term.
And I know there's a lag, and yeah, my PC's not all the best, but it's better when I download something. It's a little better, but we'll just deal with this for now.
This is an alternative energy and propulsion device. Between the late 1800s and now, the ingenious inventions and sciences have all been ruthlessly suppressed, confiscated.
It reads like a James Bond movie, but it's real. It happened here in the United States.
We master gravity control here on Earth, not extraterrestrial. These are projects that are off the radar, even of the people who manage the Black Project.
When someone asks me how bad is the crisis, I kind of don't know where to begin.
So there's something nefarious afoot.
These technologies would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight.
That's pretty intriguing. This lost century of technologies that have existed, that have vanished, is the biggest cover-up and scandal in the history of the world.
Holy shit.
Do you ever wake up in a bad mood sometimes and think, is this day ever going to end? Is it going to get any better?
He used to. Hey, I think seriously, I think this is a remarkable time for us to live. The fact that there's things like this being shared, it's either, I don't know what to think of it. It's got to be real, isn't it?
Well, I will say what's interesting is how this is what people need to get, right? Is that there's agents, but then there's double agents, and then there's triple agents, and supposedly there's even like quadruple agents. So if that's really the level of if that's really the level of the programming that we're facing, that it's kind of outside of our, I would imagine it's purposely outside of our scope of being able to comprehend it, So
that's the lie. Hey, that's the lie. That's why,
yeah.
That's why man's laws are written so complicated. It's to keep people confused, and that way the average person thinks it's too complicated to understand my rights. It's too complicated to understand the laws. I need to hire somebody. That's not true. It's not complicated. What is unbelievable is just what you said. I do believe there's probably double agents, triple agents. There's all sorts of people deceiving themselves and each other for a paycheck. It's insanity. I mean, well, some of my close friends were in counterintelligence in the military. I don't know if it was the keeping the secrets or the combat stuff they witnessed, but I know it fucked their heads up. I love some of these people. Holy brother, I have to give my admiration. I have to share my respect and thanks, my appreciation.
You don't have to, but you do.
I just feel that's right. Hey, Sean, I'm not gonna lie. I've allowed my mind to wander into the what ifs. What if there is something to this CE5? What if there is something to this extra interdimensional and extraterrestrial beings?
Yeah, or extra dimensional and supra terrestrial, if that could be a thing. You could just really play with those. But yeah, I don't know. Extra interdimensional, super physical. I don't know, supernatural. I'm not sure what's going on, what's possible, what's real. I feel you a lot of times, Jack. I do.
Well,
and when Stephen Greer, he does talk about the blue beam stuff and how they're gonna do a fake. So he brings that up, but that was my point. That was why I had brought up the double, triple, quadruple agents, because sometimes they'll tell you a truth within a truth within a lie within a truth within a lie. So yeah, it's hard to. You really got to have your discernment game on lock. Spiritual discernment, deductive reasoning. Sometimes you do have to use the scientific method to come to a reasonable hypothesis to lead to a reasonable conclusion. So,
hey, man.
It would be cool if Dick could come up here and help us come out of our confusion and kind of help us to discern what actually definitely is real, but as opposed to what might be real, but is kind of up in the air and up for question. There is something into the CE5 and whatnot, but there's so much fuckery. Yeah. Well,
hey,
I don't know what they're about. I don't.
The CE5 ties into the powers of our consciousness. And it's not just the CE5, but I was reminded earlier about some of the meditative practices. There's sciences that prove when human beings come together with focused
I met with
intention,
them here in Crystal City.
things can really happen. And we are living in the realm where the consciousness is shifting, people's minds are expanding. Oh, and back to what you were saying about the Project Bluebeam and the counter agents. I was reminded of this today as well. The most convincing lies are those that sound truthful. So we do have to use discernment and try to figure out what's what. Truly not on our team, unfortunately. Ties to particular people in the 13 bloodlines. I would probably, I'd accept, I mean, it said with confidence, I'd accept that may be true. But even if there's a tie to the bloodlines, I still look at what is being offered. Now, could that mean some information is being withheld? Possibly. But the stuff that's presented, it seems to be documents that can be confirmed by others for the most part. Oh, but that other thing about announcing the whistleblowers, and you made a comment about that. Yeah, most times whistleblowers do get ended. But he's been quite public about calling forth and trying to provide protection. And he said he's found ways to provide legal protection to many whistleblowers. So he also announced, I think it's coming up, the press day or something in Washington, D.C. He's supposed to have some time there. It's supposed to be a big event where he's planning on bringing forth some information. So that little announcement of whistleblowers could be good news, man.
My bad. I'm looking at a old comment. Well, Crystal is sure of herself here, so what do you think about that?
I think the future will reveal what is true. And I saw this comment with Brianna Lynn. We got to be super careful when making intentional contact with random beings. We need to know who exactly are these beings and what do they serve. We are in a spiritual war. I do agree, but you need to be aware. You need to be aware that when you're reaching out, especially in your mind and opening your mind for consciousness, as you're opening up, you don't necessarily control who comes in. So I agree. Got to be cautious and careful, recognizing that we are in a spiritual warfare. There are many things we do not know. And discernment must be used not just from the information we get outside of us, but discernment's got to be used within us as well. And these are thoughts that I would have said were just woo-woo and crazy a few years ago, man. But here I am. I've said this. I did not anticipate my life bringing me to this point of my life where this is what I'm doing. Telling myself this is my purpose.
Hey, I hear you. I did want to ask you too, and I thought about it earlier, so I'm glad I remembered. But I wanted to kind of ask, since you've started being more active with streaming and with streaming and whatnot, what do you think, if anything, has changed, or if anything, what have you gained from it to benefit you, or or not to? I mean, how do you feel it's changed you or affected you? Do you feel it's ultimately benefited you?
Dude, I've met some amazing people. It's introduced me to connections and people that I didn't know existed. I did, especially in the beginning, I received a lot of kind of details that filled in the blanks, listening to Paul's perspectives, and not just Paul, but many of the other common law and even the First Amendment guy or the auditor guys. Seeing and hearing some of their perspectives opened my mind up even more. So I've been inspired with the ideas of the panels, doing different formats and ideas on this YouTube. So it's definitely been an experience. I don't know where it will lead, but
I hear you. I don't either. I mean, I have some things that I need to. I need to get to. I'm going to, and I need to, and I'm going to get together in my own life. That will definitely, once I take responsibility for them and get them done, I'll be able to take things to the next level. In different areas too. I mean, in my own in a few different areas. I mean, as far as like upgrading my equipment, my technology and whatnot. As far as addressing some health issues, and then as far as also my personal property that moves me around that I haven't been using for a while. So all those things it'll take to the next level. Because even just as far as I would like to be able to, and another question I could ask you is why are you always streaming from home? Why never go to the Starbucks and you could stream outside the Starbucks? Have you ever thought of that? Or you could be Brian O'Shea in the library, or Paul in the library. I mean,
I'd
like to do that.
I may change it up some more in the future. I don't know. But honestly, Sean, earlier today I have to go through, it's almost a daily ritual. I have to go through acceptance, and I'm so excited about the future, and so just my mind is blown about how today is the way that it is. So I've just humbled myself that this is what life has brought us. This is our life today. You just got to accept that. Thank you. Thank you for that. I feel like I have as well.
I do agree, and I was just thinking about it earlier, and I didn't get to go on the show. And that's another thing. I often get not transfixed, but I often get caught up in the chat and watching stuff. To be honest, to my detriment a lot of times, because like for instance, earlier today I was on Benton's channel, and I was going to stream to start the day Monday, like a Grand Rising show, and I got caught up in Benton's show, and then I was going to go live after Benton's show, but I had some stuff I had to do. By the time I got back online, then Paul was streaming, so I got caught up watching him. Then you're streaming, so here I am. It's 12:30, but you're. It's only 10:30 where you're at, right? So
9:30.
Oh wow, that's right.
Yeah, it's only 9:30. Hey, it is easy to lose a day getting caught up in all of this stuff. It's real easy. I wanted to offer some encouragement to you too, buddy. You're a younger man, but I've seen you doing little exercises in the background, and I was like, God dang it, Jack. So just the, I don't remember, the up downs or something like that. You're doing something.
Burpee.
Burpees.
I think those are burpees. Yeah, I left for about, maybe I went on like a 40, maybe 5 or more minute workout walk kind of thing. And then I came back through it in a double speed. I skipped a couple parts, but I watched your whole, intro and then the beginning panel and stuff. And then I was caught up for a while and just listening and doing some stuff around the house. And then, I hopped in right at the end. I didn't realize it was ending, but Yeah, I mean, I got caught up the whole day watching between Benton and Paul and you. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I did a good amount of stuff, so it's all good. Yeah, lots of squirrels. Lots of squirrels. I really do. There's a lot of squirrels in my backyard. We got feed out there. Got birds. We got feed. Bird seed. So we got birds and squirrels. It's pretty awesome.
It looked nice wherever you were at earlier.
Yeah, South Florida. Yep. Not too far from like Lauderdale. Yep. Are you actually in Spokane? Are you near there?
Yeah, I'm right. I'm right on the edge of the city limits. But
what do you think? You want to watch another one of these? This is from let's see. This is from 2 weeks ago. Covert Secret Projects Exposed. UFO Endgame to Disclosure documentary.
Hey, brother, it's only 9:30 here, but it is 12:30 there, and I started my day early today. I got an early coaching call in the morning too. I think I got to double check.
Oh, it's all good. I was hoping someone else was gonna hop up, but it doesn't look like anyone is. Not even Freedom Grower. I mean, come on. Maybe Jessica would hop up. Got Jessica in the house.
Yeah.
Come on. You gotta keep them here. You gotta keep them on the metaverse all day, guys. Come on. You gotta be like Paul. Sucker. And that's the thing, right? With this whole panel opticon, as EBT I think coined it. The panel opticon is like it's kind of like a vortex, man. And a lot of people, I feel like in a lot of ways we're pulling each other in to this, and that's why, man, when I went on that 4-mile walk yesterday, I don't do that. I really don't do that kind of stuff, but I got into a little something with my sister. And so she wasn't going to, and my car's, I'm having issues with my car. So she wasn't going to give me a ride to, my family members. So I had to walk there, walked about 4 miles, and, but I made the best out of it, 'cause I picked like 20 mangoes, from the ground to like 5 or 6 different trees. Don't even have to pick from their trees. You know what I mean? I just pick them fresh off the ground. They fell that day. Pretty awesome.
Beautiful.
Yeah, man. Here, and that's the best thing about May down here, is that, it's the easiest time to remember when mango season is, because it's May, really. It's mango month. Let me see here. Every year, man.
Dude. I don't think I've ever had a real fresh from the tree. I've gotten them from the store, but
all the little ones usually don't end up being too great, but like the ones with all the color are really always the best. Like, you see how this one's green at the bottom, then yellow, and then like orange red at the top. Those are always the best. Some of them are still turning, but man, mangoes are the best, and they're one of the only foods that hold on, that what do you call it? Increases your high, or is scientifically known that they can increase your high. I don't know if you've ever heard that. You've heard that?
Dude, that is a blessing. Some fresh some fresh fruit, fresh mango.
I don't know how bad my sound is there, but
brother, I'm gonna bounce. Thank you very much for the hospitality.
By the way, have you seen this new channel, by the way?
I did. I am a subscriber, and I recommend Talcott Collection.
Let's check it out really quick before you leave. I haven't seen it yet. I just saw it today for the first time, but I haven't seen the actual channel.
I have hopes. I have hopes for great things, but they've been kind and generous so far. Haven't presented me as a real wicked or vile. Although some of the words I say are.
Hilarious, man. You're fucking hilarious, man.
The audio on that's terrible, though.
It is. It is. Hey, anyway, I'm gonna bounce. Thank you, brother.
I appreciate it. Short and sweet streams, all good. It's late. I like to be a good influence too. Unlike some people, I want to stay up till 3 a.m. No, I do that all the time though. But
have a good night, guys. Hey, to the chat too. God bless.
See you soon, brother. What do you guys think? Should I play a little bit more? Maybe of these? I mean, I could. I totally could. Why not? Fuck it. I don't even need, your guys' approval actually. So let's just run it. I haven't seen this channel. Whoever it is probably brilliant. I'm not sure if Jessica is in the know. I get the feeling maybe she is. But we also got Wes Watcott, which I believe is under a new name now, a new moniker. So we'll see what they're up to.
So what does that mean to you then? 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 So just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it. You're fucking hilarious, man. Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it. Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it. Just because you have... All right, here. I agree. Hey, brother, I agree completely. All right, here. Does anyone else have an opinion? I mean, what's the resolve? Does anyone else? You are proving yourself to be not only worthless, but an impediment to progress. I am about ready to get off and figure out how do I get a hold of the UN and tell these fuckers to hurry it up? I am about ready to get off and figure out how do I get a hold of the UN? Oh, fucking insecure bitch, man. Oh, fucking insecure. Go figure it out, motherfucker. Go figure it out, motherfucker. You're a twisted motherfucker. You're a twisted I would love to fucking see you face to face. I would love to fucking see you face to face. I would love to fucking see you face to face. I would.
Mark says, catch me outside. How about that?
Love to fucking see you face to face. I would love to fucking see you face to face. I'm gonna go volunteer my time and talents to those who want to reduce the population. I'm gonna go volunteer. Dumbass! No! Dumbass! No! Man, my cheeks are tired after I'm done. Man, I'm here to turn myself in.
Okay, what's going on?
I had an accident last night.
Okay.
I was showing.
Some spicy clips there.
Oh, wow. I kind of thought that you might have been somebody else there for a second, but you're the actual John Vance. So you're not the imam. You're not the imam, I see.
Yeah, I guess I've been imitating or imitated, I guess, lately.
I would say to Jack, one time when I was trying to find Jesse's channel on YouTube, I couldn't find it, and so I realized he doesn't have a YouTube channel, does he? He only has a Facebook and some other Telegram and stuff. Am I correct on that? Oh, what is this? Oh, we got a video. We got a new video. Jack Talcott, 2024 presidential candidate interview with Jordan Peterson. I'm gonna have to play this. Because I know tomorrow that there's a good chance that this will be played by somebody else. So we got the rise of Dark Talcott as well. Although I have the feeling, I think this one was already played.
Yeah. I'm going to go volunteer my time and talents to those who want to reduce the population.
We could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Hey, brother, I agree completely.
The biggest question will be what to do with all these useless people. They are basically meaningless, worthless.
Not only worthless, but an impediment to progress. I am about ready to get off and figure out how do I get a hold of the UN and tell these fuckers to hurry it up?
First, we must be ambitious. The time for incremental change and growth of digital access is over.
Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have an opinion? I mean, what's the resolve?
An epidemic, either naturally caused or intentionally caused, is the most likely thing to cause, say, 10 million excess deaths.
How do you resolve that? I mean, I know the love is there, but...
Subjugate everybody else.
Okay.
To a major cyber attack.
So what does that mean to you then?
A comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole.
You're a twisted motherfucker.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I'd have known this years ago, you know how fucking wealthy I could have been?
No, it's too late.
Oh my God, you've just got to be right.
I gotta say that's good. That's good stuff, Jack.
That's pretty good.
I would love to fucking see you face to face.
That's good stuff. That's really good stuff here. Let's see. I got something else here. This is a surprise. This looks like something that has not been seen by only a few people, or more than a few people. Let me see here. It would be under, I guess it would be under, yep, there it is.
For president, this next 2024 election is going to be some interesting contest, as far as I can tell. And the fact that
you've seen it here first, folks.
You threw your hat in the ring, I think.
Jack Talcott and Jordan Peterson.
I think is part and parcel of the whole show. Let's start by just exploring why it is that you decided to do this. And
Jordan Petercott.
We should do that. Why did you decide to do this? And what is it that you hope to accomplish by making this run?
Brother, we're making progress. We made some plans, made some investments, and I've said this before, I became an unwilling leader.
Provide us with an update.
Leadership. It's not something I ever wanted.
I've got some thoughts about that, which I'll share eventually, but I would like you to lay out why you used that terminology specifically.
Whatever. There's lots of names for the position. All it is a position.
I'm really interested in your candidacy, because you're coming in from left field. You're going to definitely be a dark horse candidate, and it's very interesting. And God only knows how that'll play out.
So for me, I noticed what a leader was early on in my life. And to me, it is the example of like Jesus. They're kind of arrogant. They're a little, they put themselves up above someone else, and you do what I say.
Now, I don't accept any of that, and I know you don't as well, but we'll give the devil his due. Now, there's a messianic urge that comes along with that, which would be expressed in modern terms as something like the desire of young people to save the planet.
That is the hope.
And so, why not do that?
Just give me a chance and watch and see.
Well, to be Christ, to be the Messiah, you have to face down the apocalypse.
I understand. And thank you. You have a sharp eye, and the sharp eyes and the sharp tongues helping us sharpen ourselves. So if we could find ways to
He really agreed with you there, Jack. He looked like he's digging what you're saying. I think he's feeling you.
Have fun with this, and, well, we are having fun.
Well, it depends on how stiff-necked you are.
Okay.
Well, if you're stiff-necked enough, and this is no joke, and I mean this, if you're stiff-necked enough, then you face the apocalypse.
People learn better when they're having fun.
Okay, but that's actually not true. Because if you can do anything, you have no direction. You need a sustaining meaning in your life.
Yeah.
That's a real indictment of the situation that we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
It's not only absurd logically, but I think it's tantamount to genocidal in its intent. So what's your formulation of the environmental challenges that confront us now? How do you construe that?
Can you tell me where this line of questioning is going? What are you trying to understand about me?
If the emergency you're confronting terrifies you so badly that you're paralyzed into immobility or tempted to aggregate all the power to yourself and become a tyrant, then you have defined yourself as insufficient for the job. You should be able to maintain a calm head regardless of the impending emergency, because there's going to be emergencies. And if you become a tyrant during an emergency, then you're a tyrant.
You think you're like some expert of me, and here you are, you want to ask, am I being interviewed?
You only have to ask a stupid question once.
That's not true.
Well, that's the adoption of voluntary responsibility. Look, everybody falls short of the ideal.
Can you forgive me for being so stupid?
You have this overweening, prideful, and ignorant requirement to put yourself forward as some kind of planetary savior.
I have information you're ignoring. It's available for you to see. Please look at the facts.
But that's not really freedom. What that is subjection to the rule by impulsive whims. You really have to ask, well, just what the hell is driving this? And the only answer that I can think of is that it's something fundamentally predicated on envy.
Well, I've lived almost 50 years. I've done a lot of projects in and around the home. I've had business dealings in a variety of different ways. So to answer your question honestly, you know what? What's the fucking point?
It's easy to be virtuous by having a messy life and saving the planet. And then it's simplest to save the planet by concentrating on one thing. If your policy requires compulsion or force, it's at least suboptimal.
I didn't start with a goal to reduce the population of Earth, but god damn it, I'm there now.
I think that's probably true of organizations like the UN as well. Your goal as a visionary is to produce an image that's so compelling that people of their own free accord say, yeah, I'd be willing to sacrifice to that end.
Stop assuming you know it all. You can stop being disrespectful. We can have conversations like adults.
All that's going to be disastrous for the planet.
You could have asked instead of painting this tantrum that nobody knows. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, well, kindness is the excuse that social justice warriors use when they want to exercise control over what other people think and say.
You're a fucking idiot.
And that's fine. I think more power to you as far as I'm concerned.
So, I asked you for facts. You say, no, I think it.
I think I've made my position on that clear already.
You misunderstood the question, and now I'm really at my limit with this guy.
If you just say what you think, well, first of all, if you're wrong, you'll learn.
Stop interrupting, please.
A, you shouldn't lead, and B, you should learn.
Okay, are you done?
Your candidacy is sufficiently unlikely. You don't have faith in your heart.
Okay. Now are you done?
I'm not going to have him talking to you like that, Jack. I'm not going to deal with it, man. I'm going to have to boot this guy out.
Talk over these issues continually. That doesn't mean that will result in proximal success at the moment.
So again, no facts. That is foolishness.
Look, no, it's not.
I'm comfortable with what we shared. I got the message out of my inspirations about the light and the way we can connect and share.
And there's a reason for that as far as I'm concerned, because male homosexuality is associated with heightened levels of creativity.
I've already decided to wrap this up.
Well, how much failure is necessary to make you think you're insufficient in your current form and you should be looking for what would rectify you? That's the practice of humility.
No, I'm moving on. Until you get past your judgment of me, you're not going to receive and accept what I have to say because you're going to have this scrutiny.
Why don't we check in about every 3 months or so and we can play that by ear?
You've offered me no actual help.
Congratulations on your candidacy. It's a hell of a thing to undertake, and you're going to be in for quite the roller coaster ride for the next 18 months. So I look forward to talking to you again. And to those of you who are watching and listening, thank you for your...
I am done with you. I don't care if you're in charge of this. He's not welcome back tonight. Anyone else?
That was a good interview. I mean, in a way, I think you guys got to know each other. You know, I don't think there's much in the way of. Yeah, I don't know actually. How do you feel, Jack? John, how do you feel? Give me something here. I'm trying
Yeah.
to.
I kind of, I had this feeling that Jack was going to boot Jordan Peterson out. I can't necessarily pinpoint where the conversation went awry, but I think it had something to do with criticizing or critiquing Jack's strategy, and Jack getting mad and starting to mimic him with his moving his hand like his talking hand over Jordan Peterson. I just think that it could have been more constructive, but I think it went overall. I think it was positive. I think we went in the right step, and I think Jordan Peterson's right. Just check in every 3 months, see where he's at. I think that's a fair strategy. So, overall, I think the interaction. I think I'd give it like a B minus if I would give it a grade, but it could be better. But I think both sides articulated their arguments very well. But,
yeah, that's good. I was gonna say a B. I was floating around a B minus too. So I guess yeah, that's a consensus. You got a B minus there, Jack. But that goes for Mr. Peter Cott as well. So good stuff, though. Good stuff. I appreciate whoever made that. Whoever organized that interaction is what I meant to say.
Yep.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And I just realized I didn't put the link in the description. I always mean to, but I forgot. And now I can't edit it from. Oh, here, I'll add it on YouTube. I got it. Yeah, I don't, there's no need for this to go on for too much longer, especially now that we've seen this. Unless there are any other really good interviews that I didn't know about. I mean, if Jack's met with any other, Stephen Greer or, and I don't know how Jack doesn't have a moderator wrench. That's very strange because I could have swore I gave him a wrench a long time ago. But I've noticed sometimes people no longer has their wrench. So apparently Mitchell is live. Let's see what's going on here. I hope he's not in trouble. I hope he's being a good guy, a good sir. Probably on Mitch Lovin. I haven't been knowing what he's been up to. He's been kind of quiet and reserved lately. So I would imagine he's maybe getting some of his affairs in order, hopefully. That is what I would think he'd be doing. The greatest my story in his story. Oh, so he's going a little O'Shea on us, talking about alien rocks and petroglyphs. That's not like Mitch. Is he number counting and stargazing and looking at
It's gematria, I believe.
Cave paintings. Oh,
I actually got a cool fact for you. So if you if you have the number 2,178, you reverse it, and it's 8,712, right? And eliminating the negative integers, you keep doing it, and you'll find out that 2,178 is the only number that it loops back to 2,178. You do that with any number. Pick any number, like let's say 1,669.
Back up a little bit.
Right.
And so you just subtract that. You go 9,661, and then you get like 8,000 something, and you just keep doing that, and eventually it'll go to zero.
I tried to take a video of me climbing the goat trail.
Sorry, I thought it was Mitch on panel. Sorry, I was just.
I lost feeling in my legs. I almost passed
So yeah,
out.
those on the panel that you can try it out. Try getting 2,178 to 0,
Catman and Robin.
and see what you get.
So you can barely see here. These are old. This is probably 10,000 years old.
My bad. Say that one more time. The last thing you just said. My fault.
So I just said the chat can, they can if they're bored, if they want a little mind exercise to keep themselves alert, you could try subtracting 2,178, reverse it backwards, and see if you can get it to 0,
I hope this is
or if it goes back to 2,178.
Because I didn't do a very good job of. You got to really get these at the right angle.
Why don't you present the screen and then I can add it to the fucking thing so you can show us what you're talking about.
I'll bring a
calculator. Oh, can I
spray them down next time to try and get.
Shit, I'm on my phone right now.
Unless it's something that.
Get them to show.
All right.
Yeah, you could do it on a calculator. Hang on, just give me 2 seconds. I'll set up.
This is actually what we're going.
I'll set it up here. Sorry, I'll get a calculator.
Middle Earth.
Yeah, I'd like to see a Talcott. I'd love to see a Talcott Jones interview. A Alex Jones Cott kind of thing going on. That'd be interesting. Yeah, or Elon Cott. I mean, anything's possible. The world is Jack's. The world is ours when we're living without fear, right?
And we found a lot of cool other ones in the process. Okay, I did get some better pictures. It's hard to tell, but this is like really dark green, and this is orange. That's what's left of the colors from like 10,000 years ago.
I'm in the backseat, tripping on my past mistakes. Ask me, I don't see no happy days, even when I'm okay.
I got like a 2-minute video from what we call Goat Trail, but I was so freaked out. I did all right on the way up. I almost passed out on the way down. This is my second time there. It wasn't as bad the first time. These ones were real ancient, super. I got some good pictures I want to see. This shit's so fascinating to me. I'll have to try and change the contrast or whatever. Get these to pop out a little more. These ones are real old.
Now you're talking. You tell me, man. You're really telling me. That would be the best, dude. We gotta organize this, man. We gotta put this together for Jack. I think he would enjoy that a lot too.
Right here. Off-roading. So when you're going through Middle Earth, there's like a waterfall at the end.
Maybe get Jack Harlow. Jack Harlow, Elon, Mike Tyson,
The Earth, I guess. I don't know.
Talcott.
It's just so I don't even know how to describe it. But
And Paul, of course, and myself.
Waterfall. You take your shoes off and walk in that sand through there. Got tons of good photos of some flowers and stuff. I think this is going into it. Yeah, this is at the end. That's where that's the beginning of the waterfall. That's the end of where most people go. It's really hard to see. There's some sacred ones. It's got an outline around it. The lizards are pretty photogenic.
Did you figure it out yet, Don? Or no, sir?
So this is already at the top. Let me back up a little bit. See if I can find the video. video. I guess this is only showing the pictures. Never mind. I'll find the video later. I tried to take a video of me climbing the goat trail. I lost feeling in my legs. I almost passed out coming down. It was bad. Oh, there's Batman and Robin. So you can barely see here. These are old. This is probably 10,000 years old. And then there's like a, hey, what's up, Sean? Yo, what up, Austin? There's one inside of there. I think I got better pictures. I hope this isn't all the pictures I got. Because I didn't do a very good job of, you gotta really get these at the right angle. I'll bring a little water bottle or something to spray them down next time to try and get them to show up a little better, I think is what I decided. But this is actually what we are going, that's our main destination when we hike up through Middle Earth. And we found a lot of cool other ones in the process. Okay, I did get some better pictures. It's hard to tell, but this is like really dark green, and this is orange. That's what's left of the colors from like 10,000 years ago. It's amazing to think of how they made these colors. It's like maybe blue, green, and orange. It almost looks like there's a rainbow, but you can see like he has ears. You might not be able to see it in this picture or on the stream, but in person you can see he's got like little feathers. Let's see if we can zoom in and see the one inside of his head. There's like one inside of his head. It's wild. Oops, what did I do? Is that sharing still? What did I do? I goofed something up, I think. All right, let me stop screen share here. Stop sharing. Let's try and bring that back up. There we go. It's responding now. Yeah, there's one like inside of it, right on his nose, top of his nose. Let me go to the next picture. Oh, I see. I see what I did. I closed that window. I got it. I got it covered. On the right folder here. All right. Share. Window. Share. Full screen. Where were we?
Did you know in the Bible it says not to eat pigs?
A little snake. And what I kind of determined as
Swine and shellfish, sir.
trail and kind of like how many turns you take before you get to your
Yes,
destination.
shellfish. Yeah.
Here's one we'd never seen before. It's really old. Another one we haven't found until now. It's like I don't know what to make of this. At first, when I first saw it, I thought it was a fish. Why isn't it zoomed in? So let me zoom in. Let me zoom in earlier.
All right, so that's what Mitch is up to. He's looking at some petroglyphs.
It's like that was the mouth of the fish. I thought originally. I don't know. I need to.
Mr. Troubling Tribe Tribune just went live. I haven't gotten the chance to watch too much of his videos, but he's a very nice man. I would hope that he would not nice. Nice isn't the right word when we get to the etymology of what it means, but
that was really cool.
He is a kind soul, and he needs to come back onto the panels again because I haven't seen him around. So not since Z.
My cat grew up. So why I had like a major panic attack. I about passed out and everything. It was crazy. It's because my dog started chasing him on our way down, getting ready to head down the go.
Another good channel to check out is Autism Debate Championships. There's some good debates on there.
That sounds interesting, sir.
Wild looking trail. I'm trying to
Yeah, they're gonna have next debate. They're gonna have a witch versus a wizard, and they're both gonna argue that the opposite. So the wizard's gonna argue that witches can't do magic, and the witch is gonna argue wizards can't do magic, and they're gonna lay out their case. So it should be an interesting video. Just the inside scoop on some fringe channel on the interweb.
Yeah, I had another video here, which kind of not totally on topic, but I was going to show it to Jack when he was up here, so I might as well run it. But former CIA director talking about how the CIA owns everyone of any significance in major media. And so, this is on topic actually. So let me correct myself, because we were talking about Greer, Stephen Greer, and again, this guy, is talking about major media, but as our friend Mr. Snafu will say, major media relations are trickled down. Well, I'm kind of ad-libbing to what he's saying, but basically these major media relations, they trickle down to smaller media relations, and anyone who doesn't realize that YouTube is Google, is big tech, is no different than any of the other 3-letter ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, whatever the fuck, then you're obviously sorely mistaken, because it is all big media, big tech. So let's just watch this. It looks like a short clip.
At CBS, we had been contacted by the CIA. As a matter of fact, by the time I became the head of the whole news and public affairs operation in 1954, ships had been established, and I was told about them and asked if I'd carry on with them.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to the national news services, AP and UPI?
Well, again, I think we're getting into the kind of detail, Mr. Chairman, that I'd prefer to handle in executive session.
I think it was entirely in order for our correspondents at that time to make use of CIA agent chiefs of station and other members of the executive staff of CIA as sources of information which were useful in their assessments of world conditions.
Would you say that continues today?
Well, I would think probably for a reporter it would continue today, but because of all of the revelations of the period of the 1970s, it seems to me that a reporter's got to be much more circumspect in doing it now, or he runs the risk of at least being looked at with considerable disfavor by the public. I think you've got to be much more careful about it.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who two American.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session. Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session. Getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
So the Central Intelligence Agency owns every one of any significance in the major media. And again, this is the same guy who said that, not to ruin, I don't know if it's verbatim, but we'll know that our disinformation campaign is complete when everything that the American populace believes is false. That probably is actually verbatim. It's basically, that is what he said. So. Yeah, that was a shorty, but okay, you're going to show us the calculator now, sir?
Yes. So, okay, so this is the 2,178. So you have to subtract that. You say you reverse it, so it's 8,712. So you get 6,534. So removing the negative integer, because the integer is just abstractions. So let's write that down. 6,534. So we go 6,534. So then we're going to reverse that again. And then we're going to go 4,356. Uh-oh. What's that? We started out with 2,178, right?
That's fucking weird.
Okay, so now let's just now I'll just get you to pick a number, any number. We could do the same thing. Any number that comes to mind.
W?
An integer, I guess.
23.
23. Okay, so we'll do 23. So 23. So we're going to reverse that. Minus 32. That gets you 9. And what's my 9 minus 9? Whoops. It's 0. So you gave me the number 23. We reversed it, and it was minus 32. It came to 9, and 9 minus 9 is 0. So all these numbers, like they all collapse to 9, and then eventually 9, it's like 99 or 999, depending upon how big the number is. But only for 2,178 that it goes back to 2,178. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I didn't know about that. That is pretty interesting. But there are all kinds of numerical, anomalies like that. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
How did you find that out?
Through Archaics.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never looked much into his stuff. Not too much, but
yeah,
it does seem that he's got quite a following, and it's growing at a pretty exploding rate there. So.
Oh yeah.
It looks like I'm getting some new recommendations. It looks like Jacko has already commented here on these videos. That's funny. I'm curious to know who is behind the Talcott page, but I think I know. Not positive, but I think I have a hint who it is. All right, let's go back to see what Mitch is talking about here.
Oh, it's on Zoom now. It's weird. Oh, I didn't zoom out. Balloons on. Cactus is nice looking. Oh,
Until someone comes up with a better idea, we're gonna see what Mitch is talking about here.
Cat code. Going to town. Oh, that was a new one. I haven't seen that one. These are old. Barely still there. I don't know why I can't zoom on something. Excuse you, Cat. Is that big old dinner? Yeah. It's a good girl. Little catty bird. My little catty bird. Take a bath and take a nap. Take a little cat bath, a little cat nap from a puppy dog. There's definitely some stuff down in here. Take some time to study that a little more. Oh, this is crazy. Look at this big blob with like spikes.
I'd also like to say, if anyone knows where Mr. Brian O'Shea is, please contact him and just tell him to let us know that he's fine. I saw him in the chat today. He left one, I think I saw one comment from him today in Paul's chat. So just if anyone knows that he's okay, please let me know. Got 12 in the chat at 2:01:12. I like that.
Isn't that crazy? Oh, we're getting into a real intense scene actually. This is like a double-headed moose. Yeah, look at that. Racks on the moose. There's that big blob. I don't know what the heck that is. Oh. It's like a porcupine crane. That's wild. There's a big scene here.
Sorry, I just realized how confusing I probably meant. I probably just sounded. It's actually 1:17 a.m. here. What I meant to say is 2 hours and 1 minute into the stream, there's 12 in chat. But yeah, now there's 13. All right. You got anything else for me? Anything else, John? Got some gematria for me, man? A number count?
No, I don't. No more gematria. I don't. I think I'll head out. I gotta wake up early anyway, so I'm glad I contributed to your show today.
Yeah, that was fascinating, man. So I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks
no
for
problem. Okay, take care.
Take care, man.
For sure. Yeah.
All right, we're just watching Mitch now as I eat my late night snack that I shouldn't be eating. Just the way it is.
These tracks, it's like a trail that went all the way across this whole scene. See the little horn ant cocoon people. Barely still see. These are pecked out. Something. Oh, that's wild.
No, I gotta say, when the chat's dead, right, and you got a dozen people watching, it just really makes you wonder all who is watching, you know? Besides the maybe 6 people who commented, maybe 6 to 8 people that have commented, who are the other 4? I don't know. I'd like to know.
Look at that fucker. So it seems like they put these little hoof prints to depict what kind of animal. These are like moose prints. So little racks, double-headed moose. It's got 8 legs. That's wild. I wonder what they're really trying to say there. You can get to see the hunters. Oh, there's a lot going on here. I really hate to even try and speculate. Look at the big footprint. This scene gets pretty intense. Yeah, this scene gets real intense. All right, there's a whole lot going on here. This one blew my mind. Look at this massive crane. There's a hunter. His bow. All right, but you'll see him again. Look at the size of these racks on these moose. That's what these are. These are moose racks. The biggest racks I've ever seen in these drawings. You'll often see them with racks, but not like that. And there's that hunter, the same hunter. He's got striped clothing, bow, arrow. There he is again. Same guy. Look at this thing. So they're trying to show those hooves again. That's what I speculate. Oh wow. Look at this, like phoenix bird, thunderbird, whatever. I've never seen one of those before. Sneaking up on the hunter. Always taking out the massive moose. Huge racks. Kind of looks like a dinosaur to me. Now here's the guy.
All right, we're gonna switch up the flow a little bit. I want to see what Mr. Chalk was talking about. I heard he was talking some shit. I heard these motherfuckers were talking some shit. So I'm curious to see what's going on over here. What are the haters gossiping about at the Pussy Powwow?
Shout out to my wife, Layla. Do you want to join in, Layla, for a minute?
Layla, got me on my knees like a simp.
Woo. Been a past.
My name's Chuck Badiali.
Been a couple crazy days out here the past few days in the panelverse. Man, yesterday I absolutely destroyed this motherfucker. Wrecked him, bro. It's funny that whole sect.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Is trying to memory hole what happened yesterday. Dude got absolutely wrecked, bro. If you go to his page, it's on videos. It's not on live. He had to put the clown cover on there.
This is gonna be.
It was originally called "Get Slaved Up," and I said, "Get my name out of the title." And he said, "You fell for the trap. It's not your name. It's called Get Slaved Up. You fell for the trap." And what's up, Draco Vortex? I'm doing good. So I said, "All right, that's it, motherfucker." I played a clip of me talking shit to him, and then I just dropped this video in of him holding firearms. And he, just like an animal, right? See, he highlighted my comment. Just like an animal, I knew he'd play it. So what happened is he played the video, which showed him pulling out firearms, which you can't show on a live stream. So he couldn't control himself. He has no self-control impulse. I went in the chat. I said, "New video, wrecking you, Paul." And he went right over and played it like an animal. Even though I warned him I had that material recorded for the past couple of days. I said, "I have this shit recorded." He should have known. But somehow it's my fault. He's crying that I did it. No, you did it. You played the video. You fell into the trap. And then he goes through like the 7 stages of grief right here on the live right afterwards. So first he's in denial. Look at him grabbing his neck, clutching his pearls. He's like, "Oh man!" So I played that video, and he cut it out on this one since I can't show it on my live stream. Oh, look at, did he cut it out even more? He cut it out even more, I think. He cut it out even. Oh no, this is it. And as soon as he knows he's got here, he's grabbing his neck.
No calm drinker. Yeah, he's a thinker. He wants his friend die instead of drinking calm. Instead of helping his friend, he helped the day come. He's a little calm drinker. So we call him Calm Boy.
Wow, that's pretty. How long did that take you to write? Did that take you a while?
Yeah, it took me like 2 minutes, 2 seconds, bro.
Man, that's good stuff, dude. I just let 10 people listen to your rap, and anybody who watches it.
To be honest with you, those 10 people, bro, I'll write a diss track about all of them. Well, right now, dude, I'll get your viewer count up to like 100.
You think so?
Yeah, bro. I'm kind of an expert at that, bro.
Okay.
What's the chat saying, bro? Are they saying they want it? Yeah, they want it.
Strangely, there's just no movement in the chat. 10 people watching, and no one's commented in 5 minutes, so I don't know.
There's no movement in the chat.
Yeah, it's all feds. It's all feds in my chat, essentially. It's all sock accounts, bots, and feds. Right. That's good. I'm glad you guys are back together, bro. The 2 brothers back together again. Why am I bleeding? Why am I bleeding? What's going on here? What happened?
What model landline does your mom have?
I don't know what you're saying right now, but I gotta go on my live stream, sir.
No, bro, get off the live stream. Hang out with your boys. The chat
What's up, fellas?
said anyway. You got nothing going on.
Just going over the game tape yesterday.
That is true. I don't know why I'm watching.
But this was the ultimate checkmate. The feud is officially over because I'll never have him up here. He can never come up here. He's gonna try to retaliate. He'll never have me back on this thing. So this was the ultimate checkmate. He's grabbing his neck.
That's like posting out the other day, like signs of anxiety and stuff like that. I've dealt with that too. Like me personally, like right now, I'm like even rocking back and forth in the chair. There's like anxiety and stress and whatnot. It's hard to disguise that sometimes, especially when you're trying to like play cool, but like you're doing a lot of the face touching and neck touching. Try to get away with that.
I'm not even muted. Wow.
Went through all
Good stuff.
the 7
I
stages
was
of grief.
laughing at that. The 7 stages of grief, like
all of them except anger, because he couldn't show anger. The guy that's always yelling and always mad, he couldn't show anger because then that would prove that he got. So he was trying to play it off like, oh, it wasn't shit. It wasn't shit.
Well, I mean, like you're posting multiple videos and you're discussing it for hours at a time throughout the day, then yeah, it's probably taking up some portion of your life. Like again, I don't want to speculate. Like I haven't watched any of those streams or anything of that degree, so I can't really talk in that regard. But yeah, no, like if it's getting to you to that point where you're popping off and you're pulling out certain things that you shouldn't be, and like you're saying, you know, you're falling for certain traps, then yeah, maybe just like take a break from it for a while. Like it's not that serious. You know what I'm saying?
The worst part is he could have just been like, damn, Drew, good game. You got me there. I burned the stream and fired up a new one. But he just let himself implode. And he doubled down like, oh, you didn't get me on anything. And then he's got to like re-upload the stream with that part edited out. Rather than just say, damn, Drew finally got me. Even though I've been getting him every time.
No, I understand that. But like, obviously, you know, people that have this level of hubris, it's very hard for the individual to admit like, yeah, the ego got the better part of me. Like my sinful behavior got the better part of me. And, you know, I think they've encountered that in their life. But when you're doing it online, where it can be recorded, where it can be clipped, like if it's not part of a show, in terms of like being satirical or whatever, like yeah, it comes off pretty negatively, especially if you're trying to grow a crowd or create like a consistent user base. Like you don't see this with any of the other people that've got, you know, 60, 50,000 plus followers. Like they're not entertaining this kind of nonsense on a regular basis because that's not how you actually get that growth within the community. At least from what I've seen.
That channel is surrounded by like tent city motherfuckers. Like
no, and see that's why I've never really understood the appeal behind it. Because I get it, like everyone's allowed to have a voice. And everyone is allowed to voice their opinion and whatnot, but like at the end of the day, man, like you're saying, like a lot of these people, they're living a very vagrant lifestyle, and that's just me putting it nicely. Like I grew up around these kinds of people, man. Like I grew up around bums. I grew up around the kind of people that'll pull out a gun on you, or you know, rob you, or call you a bitch and start a fight over nothing so they can mug you. Like this isn't anything new to the world, man. This has been going on for fucking since the dawn of time. Like literally, people will always be getting played. So yeah, straight up, man, it's pretty whack to see it going on, especially in this community where we're supposed to have each other's backs, where we're supposed to be able to have open conversations and discourse without this kind of lashback. You know what I'm saying? Like I should be able to talk to someone without them berating me or just sitting there going on a diatribe telling me you're wrong. Like, yeah, how do we establish anything? How do we get past that point?
Yeah, it's been interesting to me to watch the panel verse as everyone kind of slowly came together, and then there became a divide, and the dividing line is clearly people that believe in Jesus, and then the new age or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the other shit. And then so yeah, everything kind of came together. It reached a point. Hegemony, is that the word? I don't even know if that's the fucking word.
Homogeny.
11 people watching. I mean, come on, man. It's 1:30 in the morning. 11 people.
Well, it's interesting because not to interject or cut you off, but I was listening to a really good
murder mystery man.
What do you call them? Flipping. Wow, I can't even think of the word. I was listening to a really good lecture the other day. That's the word I was looking for. Lecture. And like they were saying, the
off the screen. But there's been no one that's ever tackled these issues before. You just magically just debunked Christianity.
In the 2,000 years of its known existence. Yeah, we Wikipedia it.
This is laziness right here.
It is. And you know what? Like I think
it's willful ignorance because they don't want to face the judgment.
That too. Absolutely. It's really hard to humble yourself. That was a big part of that lecture the other day too that I was checking out. It's really hard to humble yourself and be like, hey, you know what? I was wrong in my fucking foolish assumptions. I was wrong. It's really hard for people to come to that conclusion and be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe
I will say this dude Smith leaves some interesting comments. You know, he says, let's see, where did it go here?
My name is Smith.
Do as thou wilt, Chamberlain, shall be the whole of the law. As in Wilt Chamberlain, the basketball player, but do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I guess he took that advice. And that's why Wilt Chamberlain died on Aleister Crowley's birthday. Aleister Crowley, of course, who's the guy who coined "Do as thou wilt shall be the whole law," but okay, so I thought there was a first part.
I need a bit more guidance in my life. Maybe I don't have all the answers. Maybe I can't Google everything.
It's just like ridiculous questions like, oh, when does your free will end? When does your
Does that mean like I plug in, plug out of like the opportunistic ability of being able to choose when I can and can't choose? Like again, like these, you can look up these logical fallacies like constantly throughout history. You can look it up in philosophy. I mean, even now, just like how would you write for him? And like debate it with like the average individual, they'll be like, well, I don't know. Well, maybe this, or maybe that. Like, yeah, because you didn't take up the time to fucking do the research for yourself. You're basing it off of fucking Instagram memes.
Bar mitzvah 13, and then I started to slowly realize the joke that I had
no idea.
pulled into.
I'm not even paying attention to the chat. I'm just chilling with y'all.
Not the joke, the cult.
I don't know. For me, I don't know why they have a problem with it.
I got to mute up.
They want their own version. Like Jack Talcott was doing their own version of. He was talking about tonight. He wants to create a utopia or something. What if I don't want your utopia, Jack? What if I don't want to be part of it?
I mean, the World Economic Forum has already spelled out what Jack is trying to fucking engage in.
100% UN bullshit.
Yeah, it is, and it's like at the end of the day, it's no worries, man. We'll hold it down. Yeah, it's communist Marxist diatribe. I'm sorry, like I read the Communist Manifesto in grade fucking 9. It's not that complicated to understand. Like it really isn't. And then when you start doing these deep dives, you do start to see where these individuals were coming from. You know the schools they were coming from. You know who is financing and banking their rise to power. Like look into the Bolshevik uprising, y'all. Like there's obviously nothing wholesome about the socialist economy that they're trying to institute.
I just see between all these panels, it's definitely like my understanding is the right understanding of all these concepts.
No, I get that, man. And like, how many conversations have we had in Discord in private? How many times have we tried hashing this out in streams? You know, how much discussion have we had back and forth within our community over the last like few years? And I mean, like prime example, Drew. Like prime example. I mean, to see you go from the position you were in, you uproot your life, you find a good woman, you start having kids, and now you're going to church and everything. Like, dude, props to that.
Last night, man.
Like it can be done, and this is what people don't tend to comprehend.
Bro, last night, my wife was taking a shower, and I was just sitting on the couch by myself, and I don't think I've ever felt like more peaceful.
Yeah, just content, right?
And I even started thinking about like the problems I have like in my life or whatever that I don't really talk about on here. I have certain situations and stuff, and each time I brought those thoughts into me, it was like it couldn't rattle me from the place I was just in this like super peaceful place with this understanding that everything, as long as I put in the work, everything's gonna work out as it's intended to be or something like that. Like, I don't really even know how to put into words how I felt, but I was like, man, I don't think I've ever felt that content in my life.
No, and that's a good place to be, man, where you can just sit there and you can enjoy yourself and you're contemplating the bigger things, but at the same time you're well aware that it's the very close and simple things in your life that brings you like the gratitude, the happiness, all that stuff that you're looking for.
No, this guy's such a fucking idiot, this Cloud Atlas motherfucker.
But no, man, it really is. I'm trying to be as honest with you as possible, but it's absolutely like it's been a blessing just to see the evolution. Not to use that word, but just to see the growth that you've experienced over the last few years with your family. It's truly enlightening, man. It's actually very humbling.
You know what's also funny? I noticed they when they post Bible verses, the cherry pick Bible verses, they use those verses to confirm their denial of the rest of it. You know what I mean?
And then they'll ask you for a Bible verse to back up some shit, but they don't believe in the Bible. So why the fuck would I give you a Bible verse?
Right.
That is very odd, though. Like trying to use the Bible to discredit the Bible, but also using it as support system to prove your fucking point that the Bible doesn't mean anything is like is entirely hypocritical.
I'm gonna take the Bible so I can make my feelings feel better, so I can feel better about myself and my spiritual growth. Anything that makes me feel good. It's like Oprah moments. Oh wow.
It's definitely Oprah shit. How do I do this? I just want to show real quick. Hold on.
Fucking commies like Ben. Ben goes, the kingdom of God is within you. Okay, what about the rest of it? Okay,
let me show this real quick. Is this was that prayer?
Greetings, brothers and sisters. Man. Are you guys being mean in here?
No, just being honest and truthful.
Focused on you're being mean and not paying attention to what's being said. It has the nerve to say, you have the Antichrist in you. Boy, you better go home, man.
Okay.
With that BS.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Man. Are you guys being mean in here?
No, just being honest and truthful.
Allowed.
We don't no meanies, man.
I might have to go backstage for a while, guys.
No internet bullies.
Dude, TBE, your energy is so confrontational and aggressive.
How dare you make distinctions?
Wow.
Why are you asking Dick questions?
So I'm not going to.
Why are you asking Dick questions to clarify his position?
Clearly he knows what he's talking about, man.
Let's believe every word he says. Don't question anything. We're having a good time.
Everybody knows that the Bible was made by Constantine at the Council of Nicaea, man.
Did you know that God has created evil and good, and we are experiencing all of that all at once? TBE, I've heard you. I've got to backstage you, brother, because your energy is just so negative. Yeah, this is how we get things done by tone policing, right?
I'm vibing. I'm resonating with
We can't focus. We can't focus on topics. We got to tone police and conversation police.
Literally orange man bad level thinking. Like, I don't like Trump's tone.
Y'all, you're coming in a little too hot. I might have to tone it down a bit, okay?
Yeah, send him to the fireplace, Jack. Straight to the fireplace. The final solution.
No, is it Jim
Jack,
Bob?
that's fireplace.
Bob,
Yeah,
Jim Bob would love
6 million infidels in there.
Oh, fantastic.
I've got a bowel movement.
I mean, not coming in.
No, I agree though. I agree honestly with Chalk on this one. I think that Talcott has some very deep-seated rage, and the whole New Age guru thing. Like, I've been there, man. I really have. Like, you're covering up your fucking anger for all the dumbass shit you've had to deal with for the last few years. Oh, it's totally cool, bro. I almost lost my home. Oh, it's totally cool, bro. I had a fucking shitty divorce and I don't see my kids. Man, you're full of shit. Man, I'm fucking angry as fuck about
He said the whole world is resistant to what he wants. So it's the whole
Resistant to
world's fault.
what?
It's not his fault.
Delusion?
Why is there like a guy in a Grand Wizard outfit?
Because he's a Grand Inquisitor apparently, and he's enslaved by Booth as well. He doesn't realize it, but he's completely enslaved by the Booth.
So you're like, what?
He's enslaved by the Booth. He can't get enough of the Booth. He just uses a Booth all day. He just boofs all day.
Gay, dude. I don't like this.
Yeah, it's kind of gay. I'll give you that, man.
That you can't get upset about fucking tyranny every once in a while? That you're gonna go to the fucking UN and magically just fucking fix all the world's problems?
No, bro. You see, you can't deny these people's personal experiences. That's one of the main threads that runs through this whole thing. You can't deny somebody's personal experience. You have to take that as objective truth. If they had a personal experience with something, that means it's objective truth, and you can't deny that. If so, you're a religious, dogmatic, brainwashed retard or some shit.
Oh, yeah, inexperienced fucking hooligan.
Get what I'm saying?
I'm just talking out of my butt. Like, none of us have ever gone down this fucking trope before, right?
Right. That's what I was gonna say. Is like the reality of it is that they don't want to hear this. Is they're literally baby truthers. They're just in the shit. They can't comprehend someone's actually been down that road and then left that road and fully understands everything they're saying.
Yeah, and comprehends the fucking real world consequences of trying to go about doing this kind of shit. It doesn't fucking work the way that you think it does online.
Well, and we saw this play out in real time the other day with fucking OTW.
Guy wrecked his own self.
You know, talking about, I'm not sure you guys are ready for this, and then goes into fucking Christ is your spine and your Christos oil, fucking cerebral
and the guy's never
fluid.
had actual conflict with the police ever.
Like he was gonna drop some serious knowledge on us.
We're gonna be like,
bro,
oh my god, bro, cerebral spinal fluid. Oh my god.
Oh, and then the next time like 12 cops show up and start pointing their guns at me, I'm gonna be like, yo, but Christ is in my spine, y'all.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then I end up a fucking cripple. So
Yeah.
God, please.
Come on, y'all.
I need you guys. I feel something. I feel the.
And I can arrive to just as much truth of these books than anything else. A book, I am not bound to a fucking book.
Hey, yo.
Stephen David threw down $9.99.
I think you're downplaying it.
Is this real shouting at clouds?
I think you're downplaying the importance of the Bible a little bit. EBT.
Try to get on some kind of high horse. He's like, I feel like a real Christian TBE should be able to answer all these. Do you think there's some kind of like we turn into a question? Right? Do we turn into a Mighty Morphin
generator? This is so fucked.
Ranger once you become a fucking Christian or something? That you have all the answers that you're perfected being like these. That is heresy, right? We're not Donatists, right? We don't think that
reactions
because you're a Christian that means you're a perfect being that understands everything, and you have no faults and completely impeccable, not necessarily infallible. If we have to get into Pope stuff later. But nobody says that a Christian is impeccable, right? Whatsoever.
Chemical engineering degree, but then in the other videos it says he's a waiter and he's a job for a mixed multi-level marketing scheme.
Oh,
so
yeah,
this dude here is literally an actor.
No, yeah. Nobody's completely impeccable, not necessarily infallible. If we have to get into Pope stuff later, but nobody says that a Christian is impeccable, right? Whatsoever.
Chemical engineering degree, but then in the other videos it says he's a waiter and he's a job for a mixed multi-level marketing scheme.
Oh,
so
yeah,
this dude here is literally an actor.
No, yeah, that video that one you found where there's a bunch of these other people promoting this, it's a multi-level marketing. Like all these people are engaged in multi-level marketing. That fucking Scott guy, like all these people are multi-level marketers, and that's why they like Paul's stick, because Paul has a good stick. And props to you, Paul. You have a good stick.
I'll give him that.
You have to gab, yeah.
Look at all these people. These are beautiful people. This is actors.
Yeah, look at all these. What did they even do for this? Like, when you drill down, there's no like. What was the system that led them to the success?
My name is Timmy, and I'm a member of the Daily Business Hustle. Thankfully so. So when did I join? I officially joined about a month ago, and at the beginning of that month, I had plans for starting a business and like had these big goals. But so 2 weeks ago,
whoops, I fucked it up. My bad.
My name is Timmy. Had an option if you had the right skills, if you have some skills. So I started to do freelancing this 2 weeks ago. And so what was I doing before this 2 weeks before this month? Like for 3 years after college, like hating the job that I was in, and like just going in and out of like odd jobs and like thinking about my business and trying things here and there, not really committing, and not really having people around me that I saw were succeeding. Like I wasn't getting enough success and just like doing these shitty side jobs, like working at restaurants and what else? Like working at like daycare, like little kids places, things like that. And honestly, all those things were always just to like get by so I can spend time on like online business, whatever the hell that was. So now,
You're not saying anything.
What was I doing before? So what changed? So in the past 2 weeks, I committed to do freelancing because I learned how to do web design. I'm not a real coder. Just learned how to do WordPress and themes and plugins and like, and I had an eye for design, so it's like easy for me to do that. So I had in the past 2 years like made a few sales just from my cold walk-ins, but I never had anything consistently. So in the past 2 weeks, I really started to commit and use the freelancing website that I recommend, Upwork.com. And I today got a $2,000 sale just by using the concepts that he recommends, using the script that he says, making it about a client out of you. And the job is 58 proposals, and mine got through just because I was using these techniques. And anybody can do it. So I'm gonna deliver him the client an e-commerce website, and it's just so great to be in this group and seeing what these guys are doing, their success and failures, and I can't recommend it highly enough. So
yeah, see, this is the same fucking bullshit. Whether it's selling Cutco dives or you're gonna make millions of dollars doing Airbnb flips and all this kind, like it's the same fucking bullshit over and over again. Multi-level marketing, and then they'll get into I use the law of attraction. I hold by the law. We're not upper level. We're not upper level people here, but yet we'll appeal to the law of attraction. That's right. Pyramid schemes, Ponzi schemes. Look how fake this website looks. Look at these people.
These people are all actors on them. You can just tell.
Yes, that's Timmy from that's that little
slimy. Alex, and I'm here with the famous
little slimy Jew.
You may know from previous videos and Alex Vincent shows and all that kind of stuff. He has returned after being gone for nearly a year, falling off the face of the earth, off the flat earth, and now he's back, crawled back to the flatness of the earth, and he's back with us. I'm just kidding. Whoever watches this, I'm not actually crazy. I'm just joking, of course. But Timmy has returned. That part's true. And he's used to be, in case you don't know, he used to be like a server, a waiter in a restaurant, right?
Yeah, waiter/bartender. Yeah.
Like gave up on his dream, coming in here after getting his $200,000 engineering degree, but then
can you believe it?
Wait tables, so sad, like a tiny little tears going down my face. So what was it like to work for an Indian company as your first employer?
Oh yeah, we talked about this before.
Are you feeling comfortable right
now? Thomas, it's red, so but I mean, it was going to be okay too. So yeah, it's so ironic. My first engineering job was with unanimously all Indian company, whatever. Wrong with that, but it's just funny now how I look at how I was the simple just do this 3-step process thing over and over every day, and now how 2 years later, everything's so much different because
you got to act a certain way. If you don't believe in it, I don't hold you to a standard.
I have to take orders from anyone, and I'm helping people in like all third world countries to sometimes have jobs now. So it's like totally reversed.
That's interesting. So, and what were you expected to do? That was your first job out of university. So what were you expected to do? What was it like? How did it feel?
Yeah, it was not glamorous. I thought it was going to be.
Okay, I can't listen to that guy's voice anymore.
Okay, but here's the hypocrisy, right? Like, and this is where like I have a problem with trying to understand what these guys' point is. Like, especially like with Paul. Am I echoing?
Really?
No. Okay. Especially with Paul doing the Wes Watson thing. I don't understand if he's doing Wes Watson ironically or not. Like I kind of feel like I don't think he is.
I think he wants to suck that dude off.
Right. So it's okay to elevate yourself.
Definitely move a couch for $50.
Capitalist system of the beast, right? Like you can achieve these things and get these things, right? But if somebody has these things, then you're going to attack them. I just don't get where they're coming from.
My car's fucked up.
I especially do not agree with the Wes Watson. He's you fucking beta boys are getting triggered because Wes Watson. Yeah, bro, Paul, you believe that Andrew Tate is like. Okay, well, he does not necessarily agree that Andrew Tate is a real individual, right? But at the same time, he'll say, well, everything Andrew Tate is saying is legitimate truth, right? Like, come on, guy. Andrew Tate is obviously an agent of the fucking system, sir.
See, does he not understand that?
No.
Hey, here's Talcott's boy. Talcott's handler.
No. Oh, there's a Red Bull. Oh, shit. Get the 6079 in here. We got the Red Bulls in there. It's a papal bull, yo. Papal bull, Red Bull, Bible. Chicago Bulls. I just don't get the. That's what's so hilarious because like he'll ask you what your accomplishments, achievements, all this kind of shit is, and then as soon as you react to his question, then he'll attack you as being a worldly slave, and then he'll end with playing Wes Watson, who is this allegedly fucking faggot that came out of prison and now he's driving fucking Bugattis and fucking living in Miami or some shit, right? Like that seems reasonable to me. This guy achieved all this fucking knowledge. This faggot achieved all this knowledge in prison, and now he's gonna tell you how you can have Bugattis and fuck whatever dude you want to fuck at Miami Beach, just by listening to his knowledge, right? It's the same thing as the fucking what's the meme guy? Remember the meme guy that used to be on every YouTube fucking advertisement? The knowledge guy in the garage with the fucking Lamborghinis. You know what I'm talking about?
No idea.
Taj or whatever his name. You know, he would always start the video with, you know what I love? I love knowledge. And he'd be in the garage and there'd be books in the fucking living room. No, it's a meme thing. How do you guys not know what I'm talking about? Everybody knows what that is.
This has got to be. So on the left, that's before he found Paul and Slave's channel. On the right, that's after he found Paul and Slave's channel.
You guys not know who I'm talking about. Damn it.
Ty
Lopez. Ty Lopez. Yes. These guys are at Ty Lopez level shit. Yeah, that's where they're at.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is.
I mean, these guys talk about like self-help gurus, like they're like legit people. Who's the other guy? Self-help guy. Big guy.
Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins. They constantly talk about Tony Robbins like this. Like
this is like walking on coals and shit.
Yeah. Holy fuck, dude! Like this is what they can't grasp, right? Is like they can't grasp that we're coming from a neutral position. That we can just say that this Tony Robbins is fucking bullshit. That doesn't mean that I'm fucking a dogmatic Christian or some bullshit. I'm just telling you that Tony Robbins is fucking bullshit and an agent of the fucking beast system. What the fuck are you guys talking about? He's not saying anything. There's no fucking law of attraction. None of this fucking bullshit. Okay, I can sit in my fucking tent or my trailer all day long and fucking imagine all this fucking Bugattis and shit. It doesn't mean I'm gonna get a motherfucking Bugatti. Okay. There's no law of attraction. That is new age bullshit, Oprah level fucking thinking. Okay. And if you don't think that is, get the fuck out. You can talk about it however long you want, though. But I have free will, and I have the right to be able to tell you that you're bullshit. How long you want,
though, I saw something about this the other day. Are you still watching my stream, bro, or no?
I don't think anybody's watching your fucking stream, Sean.
There's a dozen people here, man.
Okay. I can sit in my fucking tent or my trailer all day long and fucking imagine all this fucking Bugattis and shit.
All right, what's the conspiracy you're talking about now? Or what was it? What was Ken talking about?
He said that you're a little faggy, cookie gay boy. That was the man.
Dylan, wow, you still talk to Dylan? That's fine.
Doesn't mean I'm gonna get a motherfucking Bugatti, okay?
Think about that, bro.
Because Dylan's a goof.
There's no law.
Goofball.
What's the goose, dude?
Law of attraction. That is new age bullshit, Oprah level. Fuck.
What's a goose, bro? What's a goose? Tell me what a goose is.
Yo, they're talking about the law of attraction right after I was talking about it.
Thinking, okay? And if you don't think that is,
crazy, dude. It's almost like a
secret
of like another video, dude.
I know the secret. That's why the government's after me, because I read The Secret. Top secret book that Oprah is behind. That no one's supposed to read. It only sold to like 20 million people, or like 200 million, something like that.
If only you put this much.
You can talk about it however long you want, though. But I have free will.
Being a tax code following slave, right? I mean,
and I have the right to be able to tell you that you're bullshit. And you have the right to come and tell me that I'm bullshit. If you want to.
You can't say they're bullshit. You're a Christian. Can't say that.
I just did. No, that is not the case. Never once is that the case.
This dude kicked down his mama's door. He had a one-hitter on him.
Right, that's what they say. They'll say that you can't attack anybody, but then little bit down the road, they'll talk about Christ kicking the Pharisees out or kicking the money changers out of the temple or something. But if you try to do that, well, a Christian shouldn't do that. That's not what the Christ is being taught. You can't. But
you're supposed to live like Christ and act like Christ.
Christ said himself, "I came not to bring peace upon the earth, but a sword." Okay, hate your brother, hate your sister, hate your mother, hate your father. Shout out to Wizard. He quotes that one a lot, I think. But even that, well, are we taking it literal? Or are we taking it as an allegory? Are we taking it as a parody?
I just want to say to everybody, I apologize out there. I know this isn't hashtag. Yeah, it's all 11. Fuck you, not 10, bitch. It was 12 a second ago and 13 before that. So I'll have you know, I think I saw 14 at one point in the stream. So what I was trying to say is that, I know this isn't better than Netflix per se, but to some, it definitely might be, right? Because some enjoy not being propagandized. So there's that. And there's the open.
Where are we going with this? We can't base
our, you have an issue with it, Ken.
That's just not how it works.
It means that you can come onto the stream, you dipshit.
Who is this? I'm the
dog. Yeah, come on the Piz rag. How about that?
I'm honest. No. I'm thinking it's Rusty Shackleford. Is who I think it is.
You're not gonna go on the stream?
Yeah.
I was thinking it was Carl for a while, but it's not.
Carl's betting sim.
You present yourself.
Oh, really? Yeah. No, yeah, I did see him say some dumb shit. I don't know if he's just trying to stir the pot.
No, I think that's
government is.
Does he believe in the coup?
Yeah, I am the Tao is a legend, whoever he is. Hashtag sleep without fear. Like,
he's funny as shit, though.
He's funny as shit. Yeah. No, epic chat, dude. Yeah, he's one of my favorite. Well, probably is my favorite chat. Yeah, I'll say that.
I know, yeah.
And you guys don't even respect like.
Really, just curiosity. Hey man, my name is Sean and I am Indian, bro. I am like Indian.
Okay,
We already took down the one community one where he was crying about not getting any viewers.
Nobody
okay, I have a
supports me.
screenshot of my phone.
I'm tired of doing this.
You know, he has a prison boyfriend.
Except I never went to prison, so there's that.
He's a literally fucking crazy person.
Fuck you, dude.
I do agree. I do agree with him getting a tinfoil wig though.
That's definitely it's a fucking wig, man. Are you kidding me?
He got real mad. He got real mad when I said something about that. And I wasn't even trying to like make fun or talk shit. I was like, holy shit, bro. Like,
you realize people only really get like raped in prison for the most part. Like,
yeah, I know. And you went there.
I went to prison. When did I go to prison? Like, where did you hear this?
Prison, like I told you, like
jail and prison are not the same thing, dude. They're just not. Like, there's not. Like, they're just not.
You go to prison, bro, and then what happens is like that. Everybody's like, open the fuck, walk out the fuck. Everybody walk the dinosaurs.
Yo, how high are you? You don't usually get high. That's what it is, isn't it? You got high tonight?
I'm so hecking high, bro.
You're sober? Is that what you're gonna say?
Hey man, my name is Sean Develondo and I am
Hey man, my name is Gingerbread Man. I don't even know your whole name actually, man. My name is Ken Shooted.
It's Ken Shitdick, bro.
Pretty much. Where am I at here? Alright, I'm gonna mute back.
know you had that kind of hair. It's like it's different to me. You know?
Press play because he'll try to do copyright strike 100%, but that's a wig for sure.
Waiting for you to hit that play button.
That's a wig.
It's a fucking wig, man. Are you kidding me?
I don't know. I can't say that for sure. I'm not gonna get dogmatic on it.
It's Dogma, dude. That's fake hair. Dogma. Oh, goodness gracious. It's about that time.
That
Connie comes on the panel? Yeah, that's a wrap. This guy's retarded.
Oh, yeah. Cuck pussies. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Here he goes.
Well, you got this coming. You guys have had this coming. Where's my goddamn window?
There we go. That's a fucking wig, man.
Is this a wig, Tommy?
Turn him down a little bit. It's a little.
Is this a wig?
Yeah, I got a headphones right now. You might want to turn it down, and I might have to put it for you guys.
Gonna do one thing at a time.
I don't know what you're talking about, Toilet Bowl, because I've been trying to get the message to you.
Down, man. He's so loud. Holy shit. There we go.
Give me a second.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah,
Hold up, Tommy.
Well, the crowd got the blueberry, and it's only because you can't take 120 bucks to run me up here.
It hasn't even been.
You want to talk about the guy's wig? You know I'm coming up here for all three of you. You want to talk about a wig because you're cucks.
You're low bait. You're $100 now too, or what?
Would you have got $100 without me fronting 20 and him trying to fucking capitalize? Did you see how surprised you were, Drew? Is that so common?
10%. What do you want?
I want you to sit down and realize you're not honor able. That all you guys are being bitches, despite that book you're fronting like wizards.
Okay, here we go again.
We want a real channel, but when we want a real challenge to the things we believe when he gets here.
That's fine. Apparently you weren't fucking listening.
I've been listening for longer, Lord.
Apparently you weren't, because you're already coming in here with fucking straw man again. But go ahead, continue, sir.
Fucking spiral, Tommy. You just spiral.
That's just hype. That's hype defense. Do you guys want to get down to brass tacks? I've heard from all these streets for months that I'm obsessed with a guy that you guys just can't quit. You just can't quit him. And I'm the one trying to fucking avoid the goddamn dude. I'm the one that fucking Truther Cop was scared he shows up over me. And you guys are sitting here like, Drew, you show up every day until we played that gun show. And you guys don't even respect like that my gun show was for Croco, and that was coming off all my gun show heat. And he started that stand up for Croco shit. And I said, there's your Croco, boy. There's a gun on your stream. I don't give a fuck.
Croco's cremated. He's not going to stand up. I mean, the joke's not even funny. Like,
it's not funny. That's why I fucking gun showed him. And he like you guys, he'll take that and not mention the stand up Croco thing, and he'll just go cry to the streets. Even told warned Jack that I showed a gun on his panel, and Jack knows I wouldn't come to Jack's panel and show a gun, even if you guys are right about some of the shit you're saying. But you're also wrong because you don't have enough lore, like that faggot Stephen David's trying to talk. I was wrong about him. I gave Stephen David triple chances, and he's just a bitch faggot trying to deny his closetedness, just like that guy you had on here a little while ago.
What guy?
Sorry, not sorry. I don't know. I think it might have been Bong Ripper to my disappointment. I thought I liked Bong Ripper.
No, he's just Canadian. He's just Canadian. That's.
You know, here, let me just say, guys, I would have this in double speed, but it's in 1 3/4 speed, which is equally like almost as terrible, but it's Illumitami. When Illumitami is one of those people that you kind of just can't watch in double speed because he's already in double speed. You know? Illumitami Did I call him? Anyway.
Imitator to get up here. It
Get
wasn't
that blueberry
120.
face again. Yeah, that's it. Yep. We brought you here, Tommy, because we love you and we respect you, sir.
Oh, you might love me. You don't respect me. That's
And
what
the
I'm
only
looking
reason
for,
you're here is because you blueberried the fuck up, sir.
and that's the only reason I blueberried the fuck up, because usually the blueberries on the same
Yeah,
cast that
yeah,
you're
cuck.
on TV.
You're a cuck. You're a fucking cuck to the panel, sir.
No,
Fucking
I heard.
cuck. Beta boy can't even stand on his own rights.
Beta!
Got a blueberry up to come on the fucking stream. Pet pet blueberry. Fucking just
Blue beta! Beta berry!
another fucking fruit on the bush, just like everybody else of you slaves here in the.
He's just digging that hole. Yeah, because 120. Just turned his camera off because he's got a wedding ring on.
He
He can't
bangs a
see
bunch
his
of hot
camera.
bitches though. I think he does all right. I think.
Dude, that's why the Bloodhound Gang made a song called "I Wish I Were Queer" so I could get chicks. Dig guys that are queer, guys that don't dig chicks, that don't dig guys like me. See, I'm not queer, I'm too ugly. And then it goes in all the reasons to be awesome to be gay.
Perfect for blueberry. That's great.
Incognito as a gay though, but not actually. That way a pseudo homophony.
Yeah.
You guys don't deserve me. I don't deserve you guys
No, we
talking
don't.
shit. Leave it in the chat.
No, I appreciate
JT in the chat can suck a dick. I've seen
We
him.
didn't even have
calling
the
me
link
other
wasn't even
channels.
up for anyone, dude. So.
Oh, I know, but I'm the one you know you're dishonorable to, Drew.
Who,
And let me,
wait, no, hold up, Tommy. Who did we bring up here?
I had to get that
Yeah,
fucking
hey, Blueberry.
Paul imitator to get up here. It
Get
wasn't
that blueberry face again. Yeah, that's it. Yep. We brought you here, Tommy, because we love you and we respect you, sir.
Well, you might love me. You don't respect me. That's
And the only reason you're here is because you blueberried the fuck up, sir.
And that's the only reason I blueberried the fuck up, because usually the blueberries on the same cast that
yeah,
you're
cuck.
on TV.
You're a cuck. You're a fucking cuck to the panel, sir.
No,
fucking
I heard
cuck. Beta boy can't even stand on his own rights and freedoms. Got a blueberry up to come on the fucking stream. Pet blueberry. Fucking just another fucking fruit on the bush, just like everybody else of you slaves here in this.
He's just digging that hole. Yeah, because $120 didn't get me up here. It was
That was retarded.
a Paul imitator
why did you do that?
wanting to see a berry. That's what got. When I heard you guys
you're more of a
fucking
blueberry
rep to
cuck
him, watch how I just said, "Oh, Tal, they like you. Can you get me a link, bro? I'll give you that berry shit."
You could have just joined. You could have just joined our Discord, and you could have got the link for free.
I don't Discord because Cage already ruined Discord for me. All those other types of Christians that had me on Discord, specifically because of my Paul rivalry. Yeah, they already ruined Discord for me, and I ain't got the phone room for it if I cared that much. You know what you could do? You could act like you're on my newscast and just let me on this goddamn link when I ask for it. Like you guys, $20 is only significant because that's what Drew lost at the gas station for his Godsmack. I only give Grace Thorpe $1 a message if she makes me message over. I said, bitch, you know I'm rich because you don't get more than $1 a message. Because I'm like, how many dollars does it take to just add my Snapchat so I can tell you how you and your dad are fucking up when you're fucking up? Tell you when you're doing good. Have you seen how much history he has in these streets and he doesn't know the fallacies he's doing? Like he's got success.
No,
they both have success options.
That's the shtick, dude.
Yeah, Tommy, I think you came late to the game on the Thor.
Oh no, Steven.
No,
okay,
you
your
did.
cuckboy Steven. Steven was worried that he was actually touching his daughter. You guys are late. I showed up.
Steven's also pretty late on that game, and he kind of takes it a little too seriously.
Pretty late on uncloseting, if you think about it. He's real late on like, bro.
I mean, you know, I'm the first mod on the Thorpe channel, right? I was the very first person to be a mod on that channel.
Right, but I don't know why a person not a mod on this channel knew to say bye, Tommy, and knew what chat was going to get me buyed, and I'm still buyed like it's unslaved over here. And you guys think you're legit, like you're doing unslaved shit.
You're here right now, Tommy. You didn't allow anybody else to come up here.
Hey, I got wrecked by me, bro. It's over.
But I am wrecking you, and you guys are still playing this logic of, oh, you're loved and you're up here now. I was almost done typing, guys. If it's not for the grace of Tao passing through and me seeing you guys props him, I would probably left by now. Like it's hard to get into how in depth. Like EBT, you got this thing where you're not in hot enough for me to give you that shit. The reason I have so much hammer to drop on Toilet Bowl Earth and New Christian Drew is because they've set themselves up for it with their bullshit and hypocrisies. Like Drew, show
Toilet Bowl Earth, better known as Toilet Face.
You were reading again. It doesn't defeat the fact that yes, you were indeed reading it publicly, typing in your copyright-free Christian graphics. Like you're a front, dude. You're fucking the reason Hank Hill said the church shouldn't jump on the X Games skateboarding shit. Because even Hank Hill said, yeah, X Games will die. Christianity doesn't die with X Games. Why front it with X Games? And you're that type of guy that doesn't get that. And you just want to
No
put
idea what you're talking about.
I know, because you're a fake fucking Christian fronter. Just because you're mad at Paul, you think you got to join a Christian army, sit and read your spiritual warfare prayer to gear up. Come get these hard plates, son. That's the shit you pray before gearing up, because that's the shit that will end you. Paul will never end. I will never end. And you guys will just cycle it.
So the prayer activated the demon in you, I'm guessing.
No, I'm being fucking
what you
guys
about?
say you are.
I mean, there are parts in that I think I received that I think that somewhat maybe
Shut the
perhaps.
fuck up, EBT. Quit being an ecumenistic.
No, he's tiptoeing on should I deny my friends for righteousness. That's what he's tiptoeing
I'm
on.
not tiptoeing. I'm making nuance and I'm making distinctions. But like there are some things I maybe perhaps would agree with in there.
Hey, Toilet Bowl, I think EBT and Drew, while they're like relatively cool dudes, are just proof you ain't that real shit because this is what's flocking to you. You're like trying to pump out a quick Christian through Drew.
Tommy.
I'm the one he said that God doesn't hear my prayers. What are you Tommy me?
Tommy, nobody knows what the fuck you're even talking about ever.
Well, I'm talking about shit you were involved in. Are you pointing a yurt on me? This Barry don't get yurted that
Oh, no. We will not do any. Birding around here. No birds around here.
Did you yurt me?
No, Bert.
Yurt with books.
Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Oh, they all know, Drew. You're just late. Oh no, that when you yurt me, that means you deleted 3.
Not get you vagina, dude.
Wait, hold on. Why don't I spend more time not on conspiracy theories and getting a job because that would get me vagina? Is that what you just said, or was that both you and John talking with them?
But why don't you work at like Walmart, dude?
Is that the goal though? Is that the goal for you? Is that like the ultimate goal in life? Essentially, is like
my friend's got a girlfriend and he hates that.
like my question is the ultimate goal to continue like my late teenhood and just be a whore? My late teenhood and early 20s and just be a whore? Like, this is the thing, is when you've actually been a whore, unlike you and your brother, you know that that's not really what it's about. You guys always do this? You just talk over each other?
I feel like Sean said the guy like, Mom, if you kick me out, I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, no. I'm the kind of guy who's helping pay the bills at the moment, sir.
What?
A little bit anyway. I do what I can. I'm about to run out of dough though. I'm gonna keep this rolling. There's member berries. You know, this is
3 channels to come back and pretend you weren't there for those 3 channels. I think that's what you guys are trying to pull with.
What are you talking about? Why don't you like
Kaepernick, Sean?
Colin Kaepernick.
In a yurt with books, as the lore, Stephen, as the lore states.
He's a football bot.
Stephen David, closeted Christian. The lore shows that in a yurt with books, deleted 3 channels to try and pretend he didn't know what was up with all this Paul shit. He wanted to come back.
What is he talking about, man? In a yurt with books deleted 3 channels. Didn't he just delete in a yurt with books? Oh, okay. Maybe then there was In a House of Tarot. I guess that's true. He deleted that one. That might be true. That's 2 though. But okay. Anyway.
And as an exclusive.
In a thought experiment is the best one yet. Though he shouldn't have deleted In a Yurt with books though. But.
Quarter. Oh, look at the 3 cams down. And mine don't count because y'all wanted this Barry shit.
You know, the most of the people got familiar with Bert from his diatribe that he ran against archaics. And then there happened
You're
to
not
be
talking about In a Yurt with books.
Yes, I am, sir.
I think this is a fog. This is a smoke screen. No void. Why I can't fuck up here.
Sir.
Oh, we were all there, Jessica. And why would you let Yurt try and tell you he wasn't there? Because we were there.
Barry.
Marion Barry, please. I've gotten status since the last time you saw me. Now I'm now Mayor Marion Barry. Mean Barry. Remember that.
Very. So the majority of the people probably that came to his audience came to it because he did a video against archaics, critiquing archaics, and there happened to be an interview between one Mr. Burt and one Mr. Cutbody Outline.
Are you saying B-U-R-T?
Okay, never mind. I'm
done. No, I'm asking because I can't hear your syllable. It's my ears. It's my ears. Are you saying like Bert and Ernie?
Bert rhymes with yurt, you retard.
It rhymes with meta. It's beta, B-E-T-A. I don't know what he's talking about.
Right, but do you know I'm talking about the rhyme word?
Yes, Jesus Christ, dude. Try to follow along.
We don't know him from any archaic shit because I didn't know archaics told you guys.
Meta betas.
We know Yurt from being one of Paul's early targets. How about that? He's a cult member.
That was way afterwards when he started
before you.
Right.
That just proves you're doing the thing where you've talked to people and acted like you don't have long ass history history while you have new conversations with them.
No,
it's very
sir.
unslaved of you.
No, nobody knows this. Nobody knows these lores better than us, sir. Like,
then why are you fucking up the timeline? You acting
we're
like
not.
you're longer.
We're informing you of the timeline, sir. You're missing the point here, sir.
Okay, well, let me tell you the alternate timeline of your obsession, people. I was the lone conflict in the Unslaved clan, and we all found out about you all together.
Unloved bitch that he just cast aside.
Yeah, this is why they keep doing. This is why they keep going. Yeah.
Wait, are you going back to Paul lore about me? Because this is how EBT fucked up my first visit.
But I can tell you're a scorned bitch.
No, you're a bitch with my fucking money I don't need, and you got 2 wives for 2 kids. That I'll be surprised if you keep those. Not very Christian. Your metal handlebars for like brushing your teeth with my dick is well placed. Drew, you're an escapist. And if Toilet Bowl's trying to make you a Christian, he ain't doing a good job to sit here and avoid this shit over hype. This is Paul's strategy, and I don't care to fucking get you all straight.
That's the problem.
All right,
what are you talking about? What were you making? Why would you make a video about me and not know what I'm talking about?
It's funny as fuck.
What is fuck? Turn your camera on. I can't hear you so good when you're hiding like a bitch slave.
Can we do some Wim Hof? Can we do some Wim Hof? We need to.
How about I can go NPR at any time that Drew's ready to stop running like a little cunt bitch from the shit he knows is true. I've already explained it on other channels. He can't explain away. It's what I do to all of you. It's why I rotate panels to make sure the truth gets out there. I'm sorry you weren't raised any better than Paul was, but Drew, I know you were a big fucking bully through your childhood. You ooze and secrete bulliness just like you do on your fucking channel. That shit that you proudly say Crocco hated me for, that comment was yours, Drew. You're the one that it's like having someone who had a conversation about a thing describe it to us. That's not Crocco. I just didn't know it at the time.
Bro.
Oh, you're playing the drug card? Even the cult's not playing the drug card anymore.
There's a poll in the chat. Why don't you look at the poll in the chat, Tommy?
Oh, why don't you look at $120 in the chat and wipe my fucking ass with it? What are you trying to do, Drew? You fucking bully? I'm here to do it. Let's throw down, boy. I don't care if I look like a blueberry. Let's do it, partner.
I love that the blueberry is looking right at
you. See how I just flipped that on you?
Tommy.
Yeah, why am I pussy? Because I'm the one fighting to get on your panel. What's so pussy about that? I'm the one giving out my cross streets, and you won't show up.
And you're the only one. You're the only one.
I'm gonna leave my wife here to fly across the country. Make some.
No, you're gonna fly across the country and have an excuse for me to like see your wife on the side. She is cute, but I don't go for like after you push a couple kids out.
Shit again.
Oh, I'm the Paul wannabe shit. When you guys gave me my history off of his information, but he's still your enemy, huh?
He's destroyed. I fucking ruined him.
He's not destroyed. It never ends. You're new, bro. It never ends. You think he's destroyed? This is a good horror movie clip right here. This isn't over, Drew. This is just beginning. It never stops because we can't hurt each other. Except I can hurt you, can't I, Drew? Whenever you try and sleep at night and you remember these Barry's words, I can hurt you. I mean, I didn't need a random British panel to fucking give me props all day, but I can say I'm pretty refreshed from it. Not that I was ever one.
The man not hot.
I just like to see that somebody gets it and makes a badass nostalgic fucking 007 video about me, and that's what I gave you props for, Drew. Is you make nostalgic as fuck thumbnails. You got skill at thumbnails, but as far as the words we don't make the definitions to, you're all fucking failing. Just off of your little bitch session, you sound like church women. You sound like my mom getting home from church and calling the old ladies that she just sat with at church.
Why is he so loud? Tommy is very easily manipulated, right?
No, Tommy is not easily manipulated. Do you think me being loud at your pathetic?
All he has to do is make a video about it.
All you got to do is turn my volume down and quit bitching with responsibility, faggot.
You know what I know about these guys?
You know what I know about you? That you sat here quiet a long time, TBE, and I got a whole grip just for you. And you'll make another video off of it, and I love it.
Hey, I just want to say, Tom, if this ends, Tommy, you're welcome. I'll go ahead and continue to my channel. If this
that's why you're the one. That's why you're the good one, EBT. That's why I always go back. I know you're just making a mistake. Those two are lost.
Don't make those claims on me, sir. Don't make those claims on
me.
Okay, you can't judge me.
Hey, turn your camera on. Let's see it, crybaby. You're married, aren't you? You got a beard, don't you? Let me show you how none of that matters. When I wreck you, fake Christian bitch, you told a motherfucking child of God that his daddy doesn't hear him. Like I wasn't offended. It just showed me you're a joke, and it showed me you're a joke when Grace said, "How do I stop masturbating at the idea of sending shampoo dick pics to Milo?" And you said, "Read your Bible, girl. Read your Bible."
How about we talk about the Thorpes?
How about I keep ripping toilet bowl? Because I ain't up here to talk about the Thorpes. I'm the fucking Thorpes manager.
Are you doing like a Paul impersonation right now, or what's going on?
No, I'm doing an impression of what someone would sound like ripping your fake ass toilet bowl. Toilet bowl, you keep forgetting. Drew and EBT are who I found through you. You captivated me with your Christ cross trudging red fucking gift. I came to your channel, be like, who's those dudes that were having a problem with Paul? Because I can solve that problem. And just like We Are Asleep TV, look at you, my enemy, because I was like, hey, Paul's easy. Oh, were you talking while I was laying you out, TBE? That doesn't help you learn from it.
You have zero fucking restraint. You have zero social skills.
No, I know when I cut loose, I have all the social skills in the world, but you don't see enough panels to know you're getting wrecked by a guy that you don't know. And nobody watches your panel either, TBE. If it's not for these two gentlemen, I'm sitting here mad at Drew, and he's half your views. I'll even admit that.
Tommy,
about 90% of the chat, Tommy, can't understand.
I'm talking to you, Toilet Bowl. Turn your camera on so you can see who I'm talking to.
Are you sure you're talking to
me? Almost 90% of the chat can understand less than half of what you're saying.
No, they say that because they're supporting you the same way they'll drop $100 to make sure you're over my $20. They'll drop $100 and say that they don't know what I'm talking about. But the fact that dude made a video showing with pictures that everyone very much knows what I'm talking about and how they sucked me off in a good sense, not a Paul sense. Like they praised me for that shit. They gave me a whole day of his channel because they get it. And whether it's the Christian thing or anything, you don't get it, Drew. Me member, you don't.
I me member.
I mean, you know, Drew, that 2 planes, 3 towers, you me member. But honor, ability, you never knew.
There's more than 3.
Responsibility, you might have known, but you don't always know.
Go to bed, man.
I'm retarded because I'm turning your game against you, Toilet Bowl. That's why you got your camera off. I hate to use that Paul logic. I'm not even a viewer count guy. But you got your camera off because I came up here.
Don't get triggered by him. Play along. This is a broadcast, people.
I would play along if I knew what the fuck he's saying.
He'd play along if it wasn't real shit from a blueberry in real time.
Are you playing on EBT? Just sitting there? How's that?
EBT recognized the real.
You're getting triggered by a blueberry. Like
I don't understand what the fuck he's saying.
They're not triggered by the blueberry. They're triggered by the truth that blueberries regurgitate.
Okay. I'm so triggered.
That's what I'm saying, Drew. These words, that's why you guys don't even, this is a thing even an atheist can do and respect, because honorable and responsible and integrity have nothing to do with biblical passages, but they're still real and applicable to biblical shit. That's what you guys forget. And now I have to make a joke of it on fake news.
Wow.
With tranny terrorist Polina.
Wow.
That's Easter eggs, because I know it's taken a while. It's taken a while because of quality.
I hear a lot of words, dude, but I don't know what.
Yeah, and I see a lot of photos melded together and I hear a lot of Catholic prayers. It didn't change the dick raping you were getting in the butt just to make a video that I liked about it. Oh, that was still TBE. In case you can't see who's talking to you, EBT, TBE. Sorry, total opposites. No, NVRPRSNT that no one recognizes or is listening to. You're just carrying on a reticle. Oh, we're going to repeat. Wow. Wow, that's Xbox shit, bro. I've wrecked whole teams of Gears of War 1 by myself and just to go back to the lobby just going, wow.
Wow.
Okay, I can't do anymore.
There you go, EBT, just gassing up retard.
I know, right?
Why do you manipulate the mentally fucking unstable? Why is that funny to you? Is this more Jessamine shenanigans? Goodness gracious.
It's all about that. It's all about that content, all about the results. You guys don't understand this. You're a bunch of beta cucks. You don't understand anything about this broadcasting.
Yo, the lower chakra has a basement, and that basement has a closet. That's where Tommy is, okay? That's where he is there. That's his hell.
All right, peace out. EBT side, bye.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right, so what did you guys think of that? I don't even know how it ended there because I'm on this phone call with these clowns. But yeah, I heard about this, how they talked about, Davey and stuff. I don't know. I didn't see it for myself, but I do wonder how he passed. I'm automatically always going to be skeptical of everything. That's just the way I am in my thought process. I'm a skeptical person. Some would say a theorist. I would say a realist and an analyst and maybe a hyper realist at times, if that's an appropriate word. I'll be honest, I was kind of not thinking of going for this long, but since we're going this long, I wouldn't mind listening to some more continuation from the other night. I don't know if it was on Pineal Power or on this. I don't think it was on Pineal Power because I've been. The strike came like 5 days ago. So yeah, it was Saturday Night Live. I did on this channel, and it's interesting. I had more people watch the stream after it was done than I usually would have on Pineal in terms of percentage, not in terms of amount, but again, I have less than half the subs on this channel as I do on, or wait a minute, not less than half, but about half, about a little more than half actually, as much as I do on Pineal Power, but like 270 here. I have like 450 or 60 on the other one, I think. Let me see. But so what do you guys want? Drop a 1. I want to listen to some more Bill Cooper though, but drop a 1 if you want to listen to Bill Cooper on April 19th, which I guess is what would that be? Oklahoma City? Or Bill Cooper on I'm Tired of Living in a Police State, or Bill Cooper on, I think I want to listen to this one, Feds in the Valley. And as you can see, you got Alex Jones and David Icke in the thumbnail there. Then again, I would love to re-upload this also. I'd love to re-upload this as a, just this stream in its entirety, since it's 1 hour, 1 minute, and 1 second long. But yeah, drop a 1 if you guys want to hear some Bill Cooper, I guess, or drop a 2 if you'd like to hear some, let's see, I guess more live, another live. I don't know who else is live here. But listen to this one right here, though. Art Bell, Freemason interview, Bill Cooper. You're dumb. I took you off speaker already, so it doesn't, it doesn't really matter. Let me see here. What do you guys watch on YouTube anyway? Do you even watch YouTube, or you just play fucking Dungeons and Dragons all day? I mean, what do you do? Apparently, my fucking sister's boyfriend. Apparently, unless it was a joke. I'm hoping it was a joke actually, but. Yeah, I get it. It's fucking hilarious. It's super rich. It's totally original and not overdone. You know, it's like the main Matrix like program response, that's it right there. That's probably it. Like that's probably number one. Is that your impression of me right there? That's pretty on point, I gotta say. Gotta say, man. I got to give it to you, man. I got. Yeah, that's decent, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna throw this in downloader really quick. Yeah, I mean, some people do make $4,000 a year not leaving the house. But $4,000 is obviously a lot of money. But then again, for some people, they could probably live off that. So yeah, and live well off of it, even probably, honestly, depending on what you need, what you're, if you have a minimal amount of upkeep and whatnot in your life, then let me see here. All right. This is shout out to Perilous X Prep. This looks like a trailer to her latest video. Say what now?
Intelligence, we are summoning the demon.
The field is so new it doesn't actually.
All right, I'm watching the trailer. Hold up, I'm gonna mute this. Are you still watching the stream or no? Let me play it. You still watching?
Have a unified name for these things, but we're going to give them one, which is that these things are generative. They make large language. We're just talking about language, multimodal, images, text, sound. They're all the same models, or for short, these are golems.
And golems, because in the Jewish folklore, the idea of these inanimate objects that suddenly gain their sort of own capacities, right? This emergent capacities that you didn't bake into the inanimate clay that you might have arranged, right? Not authentic and doing their own things out in the world and have their own mind and have their own goals, but that suddenly this inanimate thing has certain emergent capabilities. So we're just calling them golem class AIs.
Artificial intelligence area, the power of computers obviously are continuing to accelerate. Their size, their energy and costs are diminishing, and the facility of the hardware continues to accelerate. Both the hardware and the software are making gigantic leaps week by week as we go. And the singularity I tried to explain, that's a term that is associated with Ray Kurzweil. But that's when the computational intelligence exceeds that of the human mind. That's the target. Now you say, well, what's wrong with that? You have to understand what their admitted ultimate goal is. Because if you can take your intelligence and transfer it into that environment, you've achieved immortality. It's a path to immortality and to exchange consciousness between bodies, synthetic or otherwise. And the fact that this could at least conceivably lead to a path toward immortality can give you a glimpse of what kind of theology these people share, or lack thereof, if you will.
When AI learns, use transformers, it treats everything as language you can move between and to. This becomes the total decoding and synthesizing of reality. Everything human beings do runs on top of language, right? Our laws are language. The idea of a nation state, the fact that we can have nation states, is based on our ability to speak language. Religions are language. Friendships and relationships are based off of language. So what happens when you have, for the very first time, non-humans being able to create persuasive narrative? That ends up being like a zero-day vulnerability for the operating system of humanity. And so 2024 will be the last human election.
2024 will be the last human election.
What we mean by that is not that it's just going to be an AI running as president in 2028, but that it'll really be, although maybe.
But the thing that's most dangerous is, and it's the hardest to kind of wrap, kind of get your arms around because it's not a physical thing, is kind of a deep intelligence in the network.
The thing is, if I Google Rick Astley Never Gonna Give You Up, I'll get copyright stricken. So, unless I put up like some different video. But I appreciate the recommendation, and Dasani Sucks is a very interesting name for a channel, and Pokemon Stadium picture, that's interesting. That's fascinating. I'm surprised you don't use YouTube dark theme and settings. Thank you. That is what I was trying to. You know what? Thank you so much, Robin. Okay, let me do it. Settings. Let me see here. I'm going to play this while I
D-Wave's computer runs the mirror of the entire planet.
Sentient world simulation is a matrix-like reality simulating humanity.
You are connected as an organic computer. You can do that by programming the third strand of D-Wave's computer runs the mirror of the entire planet.
Sentient world simulation is a matrix-like reality simulating humanity.
You are connected as an organic computer. You can do that by programming the third strand of DNA to upload our minds, our consciousness, our memories, our self-awareness into a computer. The Model 512 in 2013, Gordy Rose described as having the equivalent processing power of 7 billion human brains. You are connected as an organic computer. Purdue University published a draft white paper in 2006 describing a sentient world simulation, a mirror,
That's a very good point, sir. I agree
reality
with you
of the
there.
entire planet and all its inhabitants. 2007, it went live. If I had my graphics up, I'd show you the progression of the model numbers of the computers coincide with the
But you got to get, man.
implementation of the
I don't know. Why would I?
D-Wave's computer runs the mirror of the entire
What if I can get
planet.
another way?
DNA world and the digital world are becoming rapidly
By
interchangeable.
robbing old ladies.
All of life as we know it can be sent as digital posts through the internet.
We're now at this era where we can interconvert the biological and digital information. And so one implication of that is to be able to send biology as a digital magnetic wave. And we've been working with NASA on the sending unit.
Drop the phone.
The ultimate aim would be to archive enough data on each individual to be able to make a computer model of everyone on the planet.
Too bad.
Right now, we're inside a computer program.
Is it really so hard to believe?
Now he's gonna think I'm serious.
Computer databases represents real life and is both the information that's
J. Craig Venter.
to drive all DNA-based life.
Mr. J. Craig Venter. Like, why don't people know about this guy? Why don't people know about JCVI? The J. Craig Venter Institute. Why?
The computer program? Is it really so hard to believe?
You know about Fausti, Mr. Fraudchi or Fauchenstein? They never even heard of J. Craig Venter.
What we're building in the computer databases represents real life and is both the information that's necessary and sufficient to drive all DNA-based life forms.
Remember, going back to the sentient world simulation, peer-reviewed white paper out of Purdue University in 2006. The program went live in 2007, describing humans as a node. And every person on the planet is represented in the computer software as a node. That's a data node, and given an avatar.
One of the most important things about this world is that robots can make copies easy. Just like we can easily make copies of movies or music, we can make copies of a robot. Robots can travel electronically. Instead of physically moving across the globe, you send their bits across a communication line, download them into something at the other end, and then they're there.
The D-Wave acts as a nexus point between the biological and digital worlds. It creates a bidirectional link between a digital mind and a biological mind. This allows a biological mind to be programmed like a computer. It's as if you're in two places at the same time.
Remember, going back to the sentient world simulation, peer-reviewed white paper out of Purdue University in 2006. The program went live in 2007, describing humans as a node. And every person on the planet is represented in the computer software as a node, and given an avatar.
As an organic computer. I mean, this is one of the most quote-unquote conspiratory theories that's been around for many years, decades. But the reality is we're now facing the reality of that. It is no longer a conspiracy. The science is done, and you will see this. And this is the next step on from the virtual reality goggles. And this is why it terrifies me, and this is why I'm trying to wake people up.
NASA, Google, Amazon, the NSA's computing centers, data collection centers, like in Utah and Texas, all use D-Waves computers. But they never talk about networking them. They present it to the public as though they operate independently with independent organizations. So how independent is Google? Jeff Bezos, Amazon. Why is he partnered with Google and D-Wave?
We can generate an electronic signal that's characteristic for the DNA. This can read DNA from solution, and your blood is a solution, it's a liquid. We can decode it into a form that can be read by a computer. And in a way, you can think about DNA as digital information moving through a tube. Now, if we can tap into that tube, like a network, and we can read that information, we can intercept what's happening in people, you can make them an extension of the internet. And, I have a thermostat at home that's on my iPad. I can warm the house up before I get home. People call that the Internet of Things. We call this the Internet of Living Things.
The third strand of DNA, our DNA, right now, can be modified through nanoparticles, nanomachines. We have inhaled through the aerosolized chemtrail spraying through our GMO foods. Our environment has polluted us. We have dormant nanocells, nanomachines in our body that will be triggered by microwave impulses.
Yay! I always like good news, It's always a good, to start the day, to end the day. It's just always good to hear something that really warms you up inside, and so there's that. Yeah, exactly. Tripping on the endo. Yeah. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. So yeah. Newsflash, we're all gonna die. One day. It's gonna happen. If you're still listening, John or Ken, I do apologize. I dropped the phone there. And I was kind of trying to wrap up double helix deception. Man, I got to catch up on Mrs. Perilous X Prep's work because she deserves more attention than she's getting. That's for sure. I'm trying to think, man. I want to go Cooper, man. I'm kind of hooked. Then again, we can keep it Talcottian. I mean, if you guys feel, or I can try to be a good influence and end this early, since it is 2:30 here. But then again, it is therefore only 11:30 on the West Coast, and so I do kind of feel that I do owe it to my West Coasters to at least, just stay up a little bit more. But then again, that might be my overly selfless, nature. I might need to rethink that. Ooh, what is this about Cyber Polygon and the Dish Boost mobile hack? Well, pretty sure still got Dish here. I don't watch TV. What should I do here, guys? I need some help. Do I look up some more Talcott clips? I mean, I do have. Pretty sure I remember. It's one channel that. What's it? Oh, look at that! It's already in my recommended. Huh. In my recommended. Let's see if there's any new clips. Oh wow, 25 videos. So there's some new videos here. Oh, of course, you had to clip this. I mean, this was on my show. Keep in mind, this premiered on my show first and foremost.
It's the one and only. Welcome, brothers and sisters. It's the one and only Jack Talcott. I just got back from my CIA debriefing, and I'm here to report that you are all fucked. Peace, love, and light, brothers and sisters. Pretty soon, I will make it to the UN and end wars. Much love, brothers and sisters. For now, I have to get back to my handlers.
That is some shit right there.
Welcome, brothers and sisters. It's the one and only.
Yeah, let's just queue up. Let's just queue up some of this stuff here. I mean, we might as well.
Welcome.
Okay, hey guys, actually, if you guys listen to me, what I'm saying, even though you may disagree and you may have disbelief,
or we may have took the amount you got from
okay, hey guys, actually, if you guys listen to me, what I'm saying, even though you may disagree and you may have disbelief,
or we may have took the amount you got from your.
I have plenty of evidence that supports my words, and the what I'm explaining is the truth. That we are the ones, we are the saviors everyone has been praying for. It's up to us to get off our asses and change this world so that we don't have everyone going off and starting their own little farm, trying to start
stupid pieces of shit. What's up, Neil and everyone on the panel? It's your boy Paul the Slave, and I'm here to let you know that this is not honorable, this is not respectable, or any of the able's. Here's a poem that I wrote. There once was a man named Paul who claimed to know it all, that he was a slave, and his followers he did crave. He started a cult, oh so sly, and told his followers to comply. They all had to bow and pray and never ever go astray. Paul promised them eternal life, free from pain and all strife, but little did they know he was just putting on a show. He led his cult with an iron fist, and his followers couldn't resist. They did his bidding without question, and followed him without hesitation. But then one day a brave soul decided to challenge Paul's control. He told the others to stand up and stop drinking from Paul's Kool-Aid cup. The cult started to crumble, and Paul began to grumble. He couldn't believe what was happening. His power was quickly unraveling. In the end, Paul was left all alone. His followers were gone. He had no throne. He realized too late what he had done, and he was left to pay for his con. So let this be a lesson to all. Be careful when you start a cult and call. or in the end, it may just lead to a life of misery and great need.
Jack,
But
how would you
you're
feel if
closed-minded,
Jack? If Moose just quit right now and he said, "You know what, Jack? You don't appreciate me. I'm giving the best I can with the situation I'm in here. You're taking me for granted. I did this with good intentions, but at this point, you know, it's cutting into my family life. And you know, thanks, but no thanks. I'm done."
Yeah, he can
Would that
do
be-
that. I've had plenty of other people take my money, tell me they do things and fucking walk away. I'm getting used to it. I get around Paul and my abs hurt, man. My cheeks are tired after I'm done.
But
I
I'm not
love
trying to be
that.
super.
The only thing that we can know is now. And we only know that which we feel. And
Well, I
that's
don't
why
know
it's
about that. I'm not sure if that's true.
okay.
Um,
We only know that we are because we know that we feel. And the feelings allow us to know thoughts, right? The world taught us language, and the language helps us place the thoughts, but it's the feelings that create our experiences. I mean, if I'm angry, I'm going to say one thing. If I'm horny, I'm going to say something else. If I'm grateful, I'm going to say something else, right?
You're disgusting, dude. Dummy. These people are disgusting. Dummy.
YouTube. Go to, and you can talk about any fucking thing we want.
Are you and I cool?
Yeah.
Dummy. You're disgusting, dude.
The only thing that
You're disgusting, dude. Dummy. These people are disgusting. Dummy.
YouTube. Go to, and you can talk about any fucking thing we want.
Sorry, guys. I just had to make sure I heard that correctly.
Are you and I cool?
Yeah. Why?
Are we cool?
Cool, and what do you mean?
Like, are we okay to like? Oh, I'm cool. Create like, you know, the trendy shit.
Oh, yeah. Look, if I didn't like having you on my panel or whatever, you wouldn't fucking be here. You know that. I'm a straight shooter. I tell you, Eric, fuck off, go. You know that's how I am. You know.
Well, I just keep, you know, Ian doesn't like me. You know, Jack Talcott. All these fucking characters. These fucking. And by the way, have you ever looked at Brendan O'Connell?
Put the bottle down, Eric. People will like you more, I swear.
Work?
I don't believe so. Maybe, and you know, that's the thing is names. I sit there with names and I'm like, you know, the name sounds familiar, and then I'll see the dude and I'm like, oh yeah, I know who you're talking
He's an
about.
Aussie guy that's been talking about. He's our age. He's an Aussie guy. For you Americans that know what an Aussie is, not you know, it means Australian. For you, you know, Paul enslaved fucking trash that are untraveled.
Well, no, I'm not wanting to go talk shit about nobody else's
I'm
channel.
talking about. I want to talk about.
I don't need the flying monkeys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, I know, I get it, but listen. I'm done with all these unsophisticated people that don't even know.
Listen, I just do my thing. And,
I know.
You know, I'm you know,
But
I have my ideas, and
I'm your handler, correct? According to, you know, yeah. You know, just go with it.
With that. Any motherfucker thinks they could handle me.
Yeah.
Ask my wife about that. Ask my wife about what a chore that would be.
Hey, by the way, I have a new. Did you get my email, or I
answered it, man.
Well, I didn't get it back, so you know, go figure. Because, and by the way, that's why I said FPUS because I am so shadow banned. It's okay. I don't care.
Well, you know, it's the thing is he's got
Moose, let me make this admission, something I realized about myself. Accusations have been made. I am a damn good manipulator. I am fucking good at manipulation. Accusations have been made. I am a damn good manipulator. I am a damn good manipulator. Been made. I am a damn good manipulator. I am fucking good at manipulation. It's pointless.
Everybody added
Sorry,
good shit.
Jack's gonna lead us there.
Jack, do you think you should change the target?
I was trying to answer that.
Oh, do it now. I don't want to.
I'm fucking answering. Quit bitching about how I answer, Joe. Fucking A.
We gotta wallow in it longer.
My focus has been and clearly is on.
That's why you're so triggered by it, because you
No,
know on
I'm
some
not.
level it's true. If you didn't, you wouldn't be triggered by it.
Bullshit. My trigger is my patience and kindness being fucking disrespected over and over and over again.
Jack, it's laughable. You see things only your way.
Here's
You
what's
see things
laughable.
Only your way.
Paul, no.
You don't see how
I'm
many times
begging
my
people,
kindness
Paul,
and
you're
my
ignoring-
attention and my
Paul,
broadcast and my energy was
this is
used for
my
you to cycle in
platform.
an inane insanity.
Paul, please. I am sick and tired of being disrespected in my own house. Okay?
So now we're going to do the old house, Gabe?
Hey, at this moment,
So
play
ego
along.
bullshit, right?
You can play along or you can get fucked, Paul. Play along or you can get fucked, Paul.
Right.
You can play along or you can get fucked, Paul. Along my own house. Please. I am sick and tired of being disrespected in my own house. Okay?
So now we're going to do the old house, Gabe?
Hey, at this moment,
So
play
ego
along.
bullshit, right?
You can play along or you can get fucked, Paul.
So how's things going for you, Jack?
And Bo Shaney was over there today. Bo Shaney, why won't you just talk, man?
What's up, faggots?
Oh, here he goes again.
Because if you can do anything, you have no direction. You need a sustaining meaning in your life.
Yeah.
That's
We gotta humble ourselves to the divine, and the divine is that which we don't know. We got to believe in the stuff we can't see. Stop focusing on the things that we believe. That's what I think.
And Bo Shaney was over there today. Bo Shaney, why won't you just talk, man?
What's up, faggots?
Oh, here he goes again, right with the
All right, I'll
F-bomb.
see you later, Bo Shaney, because that's you and you're
And cunt. I will fuck you up, nigger.
Whoa.
You like-
Whoa. We got to humble ourselves to the divine.
Well, efforts of doing nothing while you're sitting there facing.
You don't know what I do because you've asked me no questions that are relevant.
I asked you what you've done
What do you
about your
do?
bankruptcy or about your eviction. You said nothing.
What do you do for rights and freedoms and personal property and your destiny? What have you done and what do you do? There it is. The silence speaks volumes. There you have it. Every time I ask them, it's always the same thing. They look up for God, and then they go to silent because they have no list of things they're done or doing.
No,
it's
there's
all
no
imaginary.
answers. There's no answers that you fucking accept, you fucking prick.
Yeah, let all that hate and anger out of your passive-aggressive, fake-ass personality that you masquerade with. Let all the real you out,
What
you
the heck do
infidel
I have to
scum.
do to
You're
communicate
frustrated
with
because you
you
can't
or
push your
anyone?
bullshit on everyone. If you could, you'd be blissful.
I'm not
you fake-ass
pushing anything.
motherfucker.
I'm asking you to accept what I say.
Show us what the fuck you do or have done for rights, freedom, and protect your property and secure your destiny and the destiny of humanity. Show it and tell it now.
I've been pursuing goals, which
Pursuing, that's not done.
Fuck off!
Pursuing is not done in
This is
doing.
why you
Jackie
don't
boy.
know, Paul.
Pursuing is not done in doing. That's trying, which is what happens when you fail to do. Shut up, you fuck slave. You do and have done nothing.
As I said, no answer is accepted.
You'll
Fuck
never
you.
be welcome in this town
A little
again.
more, you punk pussy. Get in the room with me, coward.
Yeah, I'd love to, man.
No, you wouldn't. You'd fucking shake and shit yourself because you're a punk coward
No,
in all
you
areas of
wouldn't
your
be
life.
so
You fucking hateful
disrespectful,
demon.
you little-
Yes, I would. I'll tell you, you're an infidel, hateful, passive-aggressive, manipulative demon right to your face. And watch
And
you
would
shrivel up.
see-
And watch you
would
shrivel
look
up,
me
you
in the
pathetic
eyes like
slave.
a man,
Get out
and
of
you would
everybody's
know
face.
you were
You'll
wrong.
never work in this town again, you manipulating scum. You
I
ain't
don't
taking
plan
some
to.
old
God's
ladies.
got me
You
covered,
ain't
dude. You do
taking
not know.
some
You
old
do not
ladies
know.
last $5 thinking you're gonna love her into freedom.
You don't
pathetic
know.
scum. Shut
You
up
don't
and
know
get
what you
behind
don't
me.
know. You don't
I
know what
know all about you. I see right through you like a pane of glass.
you see what's within you, dumbass. What the hell, man?
That's a great imagery, man.
Gross. It is. I mean, I'm imagining myself in a calm, warm pool, lavender and hibiscus, and then a large African male sitting there.
Oh my God. Why have we not done this sooner? You say this is all about having fun here? Hello? Where have you been all my life, Jack? All right, Talcott, I'm going to ask a question I think everybody's thinking right now. Dick as well, folks in the chat. You well hung?
I don't think so.
No.
It's been plenty big enough for me, and I haven't had a lot of
To
complaints,
fuck yourself. wait, that's pretty damn big, Talcott. You can fuck yourself? I don't think I could do that at all. Holy shit. You're going to be honest. That's why you never leave the house, you son of a gun. I always said if I could fuck myself, I'd never leave the house, huh? Like if I blow myself, I'd never leave the house.
No, it's been I'm equipped well enough for me to enjoy myself and for others to enjoy my company. So,
Dick, please. I'm gonna ask a question I think everyone else is now.
Answer that with for you to enjoy yourself over it's over.
my penis.
Come on, Jack.
My penis
It's
is the
all about
perfect
you,
size.
man.
My penis is the perfect size for me to get all the enjoyment. Well, isn't that special?
What are you doing with that?
Might be onto something here.
Brian O'Shea came here and got a blowjob from her, and I watched it.
He's also on the free man on the land shit, right? Because that's where Paul
that
got.
free man on the land shit needs to end, man.
That's how Paul got big, because Paul did the interviews on.
Oh, Paul went on Crow.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Paul's tied
Twice.
to these people
Twice.
too. Paul went
Yeah.
on Crow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because they reviewed his video, that alleged video where he convinces the police officer, like,
To let him go or whatever.
to let him go.
I was
and then-
actually gonna look into that and see if that was a real cop and shit, but I didn't care enough.
You
to do
don't
it.
see anything. You don't see anything. It's all.
Well,
views.
there's a name to the cop and everything.
Oh well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess you could look that
You could
up.
look into it, but I
Yeah.
just didn't care. It's probably a thing where the cops just like, dude, my shift's almost over. Like,
Yeah, it's probably dude. Like, come on, dude.
bro.
I don't give a fuck, dude. I just pulled over this DoorDash guy, and like, I'm not really trying to deal with this shit right now. Like,
oh damn, you're trying to deliver a Whopper. Damn, let me just let you go.
yeah, right to travel. Yeah, that's super interesting, dude. Okay, yeah, sure, great.
Wait, who's saying right to travel?
That's what the whole thing was about.
Oh, you're saying the cop. I thought you were reading it in the chat.
No.
Yeah.
No, I think we really should. That would be great to go into that kind of stuff because I know Benton talks about it a lot recently, and he's like, "Well, I got to look into this more." But like, I agree with the right to travel and all this kind of shit. I'm like, well, this shit's not like the Supreme Court has already ruled multiple times that that's not what that means. Okay, like you still have to have a fucking driver's license. It's not your right to travel has nothing to do with a driver's license. That's just fact.
Yeah, I know.
We want to say a prayer. We want to say
I'd like to think that EBT has learned some stuff since then and that he's come out of his confusion and realized that he's completely wrong in his beliefs and opinions, and they're not based in truth or facts of the actuality of the Supreme Court rulings. So, yeah, let's just hope that has changed.
prayer for Jack Talcott. He is a man of good faith, good standing in the community. I want everybody to please bow their heads and please, Lord, look over this man. Please watch over this man. Keep him safe from harm.
Please
Keep
shut
him
up.
blessed.
What the fuck, Jack? He's just saying a prayer for you.
Right. The only prayer I want is for me to be heard.
Oh my God! See, it's always about you being heard, and it's all
do is
about
fucking
you
talk.
all day.
The Lord
every
doesn't like
day.
being interrupted.
All
The
day,
Lord
every
does not
day. You're
like
so
being interrupted.
thankful and ungrateful. He's trying to pray for you, and you're sitting here yelling at him.
What is
You
the
really think
purpose
that's
of the
genuine?
time?
That's
If
not
he'd
genuine.
shut up, we could move on. I was trying
God,
to
all the
continue
anger
the
and hatred.
conversation.
Can't
I
we
was
just
trying.
love?
Shut up, Paul. Fuck.
Oh my God!
Fuck, oh dear. All right, well, if that's it, I guess I could just end it there. Otherwise, I mean, I don't know. What GIMP is still on? Still on, Mitch?
The reason why I like this section is this applies to your employer.
Hold on. So we went from mystery history and petroglyphs to this? Back to law. Okay, well, that shows your drive,
Let's
sir.
take a couple of minutes and talk about this.
Nothing
You can
wrong with
sue
that.
your employer under a 1983 because why? They have agreements with the child support agency and the courts to deprive you of your hard-earned income. And the case law, one of them is Cambrella versus County of New York and Dewars versus City of New York. So you can sue. Now, I'm not saying that you should go out and start suing your employer because there's an income withholding order. There's better ways to do it. However, if you were terminated as a result of your inquiry regarding your income withholding order, well, this is a remedy for you. And we'll talk more about your employer as it relates to child support. So here's the statute 45 CFR 303.100. This is where the state child support agency is allowed to what is called issue income withholding orders. And this you can apply, as we said, a right to sue them under 1983. In this other scenario, you can use the case law Lugar versus Edmondson. We did a video called The 5 Lawsuits, in which we cover the different state actors you can sue for your child support case when you are deprived of your rights. We point out that the employer falls under that, so you can review the remaining categories in which to bring a lawsuit against state officers. So now let's look at the Bullock case. Again, this is Northern District, and it's on Lee Bullock versus the commissioner and the agency. This particular case focuses on bring a lawsuit against the county. So let's talk about this for a second. Okay, you can sue judges, commissioners, and clerk, but also can you sue the county and the state? Well, in this lawsuit, they did that. They sued both the county defendants.
By the way, I just wanted to say I tried to look up what you were talking about, Robin, to try to go in dark mode, but I wasn't able to find it. So unfortunately, I'm going to look here. I'm going to look again, but I tried for a couple minutes and I couldn't find it under settings. So I'm going to try again and look for dark mode.
As well as the county itself.
Peace out, Sir Monk. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one. And anybody else who happens to take off, I'm going to be shutting down soon anyway. So much love, peace and blessings, and happy Tuesday.
Part of the 1983 law called Monell.
Or happy last 5 minutes of Monday for you West Coasters.
Versus the City Department of New York. And they call that the Monell case. And they use a specific case law called Ex parte Young. Now, you can review that. It's a little small on the screen, but that's okay. This will bring you to understand it. So you can sue the county under that statute. So let's talk about, now that we know that we can sue judges, clerks, and the counties and county employees, well, how do you do that? Now, let's look at what is required in your lawsuit, in the writing of your lawsuit and drafting of your lawsuit. This, of course, is educational. You can review what are the elements of the lawsuit. So let's review what is called Federal Rule 8. This is very important. It states here that a complaint shall contain short, plain statement of a claim showing that the pleader, which is the plaintiff, is entitled to relief under this procedure. Why is this important? I've talked to many people about they want to file a lawsuit against a judge or a magistrate, but then when I ask them, can you explain what happened, when it happened, and who did it to you? Many people say, well, I'm not sure. See, this is a requirement. You cannot just create what is called blanketed statements under Rule 8. Also, second, you need to demand relief. What is it you're asking in your lawsuit? You can't just say, well, I just want to sue and I just want to hurt them. That's not going to work. You need a specific relief. Okay. Now, generally, under Rule 8, if you were to, let's say, file a lawsuit and it's missing the key elements within the Rule 8, you are allowed at least one amendment. And the case law that follows the rules of Civil Procedure 8 is Hudson versus R2s. The next rule that your lawsuit should have is called Procedural Rule 10. It requires a plaintiff in complaint to have numbered paragraph which should recite as practical and identify a single circumstance. Yes, that is. You cannot write in your lawsuit, well, I came to court and the judge just violated my rights the whole time I was in the room. That is not sufficient for your lawsuit. And if you have that as you write your lawsuit, you need to break it down what's called single set of circumstances. And you can give plenty of example of that, such as I asked for a motion to continue the case and the judge denied that motion. Again, specific. Now, unfortunately, under Rule 10, if the court feels that you have not detailed your grievances in the lawsuit, the court has the authority, what's called sua sponte, to dismiss your complaint or strike that part of the complaint for redundancy or it's immaterial. Many of the lawsuits that, in my opinion, that many men who filed and have been denied is under Rule 10. Many things that, well, it's because you filed in federal court as opposed to state court. It's far from the truth. It has to do with this section of Rule 10. You have to pay attention to Rule 10. You must have a clear, specific incident, and it must be recited in the simplest term possible. So next, we're at this level. We have the judicial immunity that you have to overcome while you're filing your lawsuit. And you have to defeat what is called motion to dismiss. The defendants, which are the judges, commissioners, will use what is called motion to dismiss. Now, at this part of the video, I'm going to appeal to the audience and all of our subscribers and thank for subscribing. I will continue the rest of the discussion about lawsuit, but I'm asking for a major cooperation from you. I'm asking to subscribe to the channel, and I want to get the subscription up. Yes, I am plugging this information. This is important. There are 13 million child support cases that are active in 20. There are 13 million child support
Dark
cases
mode,
that are active in
baby. Dark pineal
the
rising.
last time they compile the data. The channel, I want everyone to have this information. So I'm putting it out there. Increase the subscribership, increase the likes, whether it's on the podcast or on this YouTube channel, and I will continue discussing the rest of this in a section part 2. Now, many of you are going to say, "Oh, he's just trying to get views, and you just want to, blow up the channel." The answer is yes, because this is important information. Many of you out there, many men who are on child support, you are suffering underneath the increase in income withholding, as well as they are taking half of your paycheck. If all it takes is for you to subscribe, whether you like or dislike my channel, is just subscribe to the channel where I can continue the rest of this discussion, that this may help in some way to provide you remedy, then this is what I'm asking for. Also, feel free to support this channel. I accept donations, whether via PayPal or Cash App. And as a reminder, we also have this on podcast as well. So I repeat that I'm looking for, increase our subscribership. As you know, There's the maximum of law that says ignorance of the law is not a defense. And that case law is State versus Miller. That is, if you're attempting to sue judges and magistrates, you have to know the rules and the law. And this brings us to the end. And thank you for joining us.
The ancient Egyptians understood that they could use sound to reduce their weight and the gravitational effect.
Through archaeoacoustic research, we are now close being able to duplicate those megalithic temples.
Sound in combination with technology would produce gravitational effects.
If they knew the correct resonant frequency, they could have used sound in that manner.
The ancient people possibly had a way to reach sympathetic resonance with each other and with stone.
We are in constant communication with this field. When we create coherence, sound will create geometric patterns that you find in nature.
From the electron moving around the nucleus of an atom to distant galaxies, they're all in a state of vibration.
Free energy technologies are encoded within those megalithic temples. Also, ways in which we can live in a manner that is more harmonious with the earth and will enable us to create ultimately a sustainable civilization. That's our quest and that's our goal.
I wouldn't usually make like keep an ad going, but you know, those Gaia ads are just super intriguing, you know? I mean, it just makes you wonder, right? It's not like they're compromised in any way, you know? The spiritual Netflix, as many will call them.
To understand what this community of the spirit is, if you just think of a cross and think that all of the reference groups we talked about up until now, family, bowling club, nation, religion, etc., are on a horizontal axis of the cross. And now we're starting the imminence of total destruction through the development of the atomic and then the hydrogen bomb, the affluence in the culture which showed people that even when you got what you wanted, it wasn't enough, and the media which projected that image in huge color all over the world. The realization that education and technology was not a path to happiness and fulfillment by itself. The increasing discomfort with the morality of the government in terms of its foreign policies and more recently, of course, its domestic policies. In the early 60s, we had this kind of cynicism that goes along with the hierarchy of the priest class composed of scientists and psychiatrists. And adjustment became a valued commodity, coping and adjustment. The despair or the depression state of affairs, which is kind of the obvious outcome of philosophical materialism, in which when you're dead, and so get it all while you can, and then getting it all, and then having it not be enough, so that the justification for your life is empty. A kind of despair drove a lot of people in a lot of different directions in the 60s. And for a significant, though small number of people, it drove them into psychedelics and into other kinds of drugs, the opiates and so on, trying to seek a more either more gratification and more intense experience or more meaning to human existence. Others traveled to other cultures, such as the Far East, Middle East, Europe, South America. Others left the highly technological society and moved back into the backlands where they could find justification for their existence within a kind of frontier mentality where they could justify their lives merely by survival, which is getting enough wood and food and shelter and clothing. Somewhere in the midst of this, a process is involved in which the external forms of gratification start to lose their meaning a little bit, and people turn within. And they start to look at deeper places in themselves, either through despair or through some form of awakening or opening. The literature of the late 60s and early 70s started to abound with concerns for mysticism. In the East, Buddhism, Hinduism, Sufism, Middle East, the Hasid movement has started to come back into flower. Esoteric Christianity has become noticeable, along with fundamental Christianity, which is not esoteric at all. This turning within to a deeper or higher connection or reference group, the spiritual community, occurred through all of the different vehicles I mentioned, through travels to the East, through drugs, through dropping out. There wasn't any single path that determined that. At first it was a few, and then more and more of the cultural media started to take over the transmission of a new reference group, so that the Beatles first and Bob Dylan, and followed by many, many people in the rock movement and in the folk music movement, started to make statements concerning this alternative reference group, which was not based on the physical plane particularly. It was a community of the spirit. Now, in order to understand what this community of the spirit is, if you just think of a cross and think that all of the reference groups we talked about up until now, family, bowling club, nation, religion, etc., are on a horizontal axis of the cross. And now we're starting to deal with a vertical axis. To understand how far out that is and how much you must stretch your definition of what constitutes a group, let me say that the spiritual group, reference group, exists over time and space in all directions, so that one begins to recognize members of one's group quite independent of geography and quite independent of time, that is, whether that being is living in the present or not, so that one begins to experience a more intimate identity or family membership with, say, a Socrates or a Plato or a Heraclitus or Chuang Tzu or Lao Tzu or a Buddha or a Krishna or Hanuman, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, Hazrat Inayat Khan, Rumi, Kabir, the Baal Shem Tov, St. John, Brother Lawrence, the Pilgrim, and so on and so on and so on. Don Juan. A more intimate relationship with these people than with people in one's own time and space locus. It furthermore occurs that as one focuses into a deeper place in oneself, one perceives a deeper place in another individual. And this depth of perception leads to quite a shift in what would be called figure and ground. For example, if you are preoccupied with your physical body, like either into weightlifting or beauty or ugliness or deformity or something, you will be very preoccupied with other people's physical form. If, on the other hand, your primary concern is personality and you are aware of your own personality dynamics, you'll be inclined to see other people in terms of their personalities as the dominant theme. If you're primarily into astrology and yourself, and you think of yourself as a Leo or Sagittarius or an Aries, you're inclined to see other people as that way. In other words, which individual differences you focus upon. Like if you're balding like I am, years ago, I was very aware of who had hair and who didn't. Now that I look at a different place in other people, it is totally irrelevant whether they have hair or don't have hair or what color it is. And as I've found a place in myself that has nothing to do with age, I'm not even noticing any longer whether people are old or young. And as I've gotten into a place that isn't involved with whether I'm depressed or elated or joyful or sad, I'm less inclined to label other people as manic depressive or just paranoid schizophrenic or psychopathic or what have you. As one goes deeper into oneself, one comes to the soul, one comes to the essence, one comes to the doorway through to a much different kind of identity than the one on which one has been functioning from the time of birth and which was transmitted through one's parents. And when you begin to recognize this new identity in yourself, simultaneously you begin to perceive it in other people. So that when you look into the eyes of another person from this space, you often, not often, but now and then, look into the eyes of another being who is experiencing that same identity with soul. And it's as if you meet as soul mates, or at least a soul meeting, in which all of the packaging of personality, of astrology, of body is merely packaging, and one, as it were, looks through the veil of this package from one to another, and there is the rather delightful interchange of, are you in there? Yeah, are you in there? Far out, here we are. We're both inside here, and it's as if it's like a Martian takeover. It's as if you're meeting another being who is almost masquerading as a human being, but is in fact not terribly identified with their physical plane envelope, if you will, or temple or package. And that contact through the eyes defines now the spiritual community, because it is really a community of souls. It is not a community of men and women, because in the world of souls, there are no men's souls and women's souls. They're just souls. At this point, this discussion gets a little farther out, and for those of you who are not particularly versed in the mystic tradition in any religions or in terms of your own experience, you may find this part of our discussion a little less palatable than what we've had up until now. By the same token that you recognize another individual who identifies with and knows their own soul through eyes, through contact of eyes, so you also know it through listening to their speech or reading their books. And thus the community of the spirit starts to exist among souls across time and space. And so you will find this incredible intimacy, as if you are sharing an inside joke with somebody like Chuang Tzu or Lao Tzu or Baal Shem Tov or etc., Hazrat Anai Khan, and on and on. Jesus, Buddha, Zoroaster, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi. Once one has identified with this particular reference group, that is the community of the spirit, then where one is in physical time and space, who one's living with, what one is doing in terms of livelihood and so on, becomes less and less relevant, because the eggs are no longer totally in the basket of the physical plane. So one does what one needs to do to keep the body temple together, and then one immerses oneself into the spiritual community. The vehicles for entering into the spiritual community are the various forms of what would be called yoga, would be one way of approaching these different paths. And there is the bhakti path, or the path of devotion, prayer, sacrifice. There is jnana yoga, the process of using the mind to beat the mind, and of study. There is the practices of karma yoga, or the offering the fruits of one's efforts up. It's a form of devotion, actually. There is Dhyan yoga, which became Chen and then Zen, which is a technique of concentration, bringing the mind to one-pointedness, along with a certain kind of insight or mindfulness that leads into samadhi, or intense concentration trance states. There is Tantra yoga. There are yogic forms that work with energy called Kundalini yoga, and so on and so forth. From within this reference group of the spiritual community, one looks out at each individual one meets as more or less conscious of their participation, because one sees the spiritual community as involving at least all of mankind. We'll maybe talk a little more about what else it involves in a moment. And the individual differences one notices revolve around the degree of awakenedness or realization of one's predicament. That is, you look at somebody and see that they are busy identifying with their physical body. Recently, for example, I was visiting a man who has a very advanced stage of cancer, and he's been in extreme pain for maybe 8 months. Such pain that he's preoccupied with the pain. That is his reality, and whether the doctors will give him strong enough medicine and whether he should jump out the window. And he's a professional scientist, trained scientist, in his 60s. And when I tried to talk to him, it obviously wasn't going to do much to give him another reference group, another reality from which he could view his predicament. So I asked him if I could massage his feet, and as I was doing this, through this other contact, which was totally kinesthetic through the skin, we entered a space together where he started to experience very intense bliss. And he said, "Where's the pain? The pain is all gone." And I said, "No, the pain still exists, but it's at a different reality than the one you're in now. You've just shifted television channels, if you will, and you're in another place." And he said, "This is the first time in 8 months that I've had a moment free of pain." I said, "Well, that I that had the pain is still around, but this is another part of the I. And this I doesn't have pain. It never had pain, nor will it ever have pain. Now the game is to break the identification that is consuming the one to the reality in which the pain exists, and to develop an identification with this I, which can see the pain, but which is not busy being caught in the experiencing of it. The game ultimately is not to deny the plane in which the pain exists, but to live simultaneously in many planes. That at that moment, he was being introduced into the spiritual community, a community of beings who meet, as it were, in a different plane of reality. A few years ago, in the West, the group of people that I would feel most akin to were people between the ages of, say, 12 and 18 or 20, because they were the ones who had the least commitment to the existing cultural structure and were therefore more open to these changes in states of consciousness. Now it seems to have spread, and I find that or maybe I've gotten rid of that expectation. So now I find that people of all ages and all walks of life are available to relating on the domain of the spirit. As one enters into this spiritual community, you can't help but imagine what it would be like were everybody living in such a community. That is, everybody living within the sight of God, everybody living with the living spirit. Because in these conditions, there is no them, and one is so little attached to the physical plane reality that sharing isn't any more discomforting than possessing. In fact, the possession at the expense of another would be quite uncomfortable, not from a guilt or a social stigma, but just from a sense of absurdity. To understand the spiritual community is to realize that there is no form that is unique to the spirit. There is no particular action that a free being has to do. There are no rules to the game. But one's appreciation of the spirit makes the meaning of life so profoundly different that there is not an aspect of one's life that is unchanged by this growth. The meaning of every act, from the most apparently trivial to the most profound, is influenced by this new recognition of the deeper reality behind the facade that most of us have thought was what the game was about. For to tune into the flow, to realize the divine law, to begin to see the workings of karma, to even meet the beings in the cosmic hierarchy, and to plumb the depths beyond even those illusions, to come into the light of God, gives a depth of meaning paradoxically mixed with a recognition of the total irrelevancy of the human melodrama. To live with that paradox, to live with the paradox of the unbearable suffering that one now identifies with through one's identification with the human condition, simultaneous with the incredible bliss.
It's time for me to get set up for therapy, and I use this room as my office, but the desk is over here. And so
Identification with the human condition, simultaneous with the incredible bliss and ecstasy that comes from being at one with the universe. To live with the one and the two simultaneously. This paradox is so profound and one's horizon so expanded by this inner work that ultimately one can only fall on one's knees
Yeah, thanks for the recommendation. I should have done that a long time ago. I think I had done that a long time ago. I appreciate the reminder, but yeah, it's all good. Tell him Mitch Sean sent you, and I'll probably be shutting down here soon. Like I said, maybe I'll go for another 15 minutes, 4 hours and 20 minutes for Mr. Talcott. Give him a little 420 salute there. So yeah, maybe 15 more minutes. Much love to y'all.
Awe, in praise.
And RIP to Ram Dass. I don't know how you guys feel about this guy, but I've gotten a lot of gems and a lot of wisdom out of him. I'm sure there are many who would call him this and that and the third, a false guru, or another, whatever. But I have yet to see. Well, he's gone now, but I never have seen anything that's made me question his character personally. That being said, there are some questionable relations in regards to the 60s, so-called counterculture movement. And, many would point to certain
In love to that which lies behind all of the realities of
I really hope I was
form, be
unmuted
they
for that.
physical, astral, cosmic. But to be a free member of the spiritual community means not only to look upward into the light, but to look downward as well to the human condition. For if looking up, or if joining the spiritual community makes one insensitive to the physical plane sufferings of our fellow human beings, then we are seeing but an aspect of God. For the caring, for the genuine caring for our fellow beings on this plane, along with remembering to look up. For without that looking up, one merely gets caught in do-gooding and more suffering. It's that combination of looking up and looking down, of being without attachment in the Buddhist pure mind sense, and at the same moment having the total involvement that allows you to share the suffering of Christ on the cross daily anew in all of the suffering of the world around you, with your heart wide open and the full blast of that suffering burning through you. That paradox of attachment and non-attachment, the paradox of heart and mind, it is in the space which transcends all of these paradoxes, which incorporates all of them. It is in that space that we meet as a spiritual community. It's in that space that we come to know ourselves as the true God. May I wish you all peace, the deepest peace in your hearts, a peace of such depth that in that quiet, soft light, you can begin to hear and to know your own soul, your own divinity, your own membership in the family of God. this week you, I suspect, saw the liquidity of time. How moments felt like hours, and at times hours felt like moments. And 6.5 days passed. It's as if you and I are learning how to swim, and we keep coming back to land, to touch down, to be with the familiar limits of the earth on which we're familiar with walking. And we're still developing our dolphin-esque qualities. Our ability to be at home in the water, the great perfection, pure awareness. It's interesting that it's when you have built such a habitual structure of self-definition on this plane of reality on Earth, to awaken to the realization that it's beautiful being just what it is, and that there are places you can see it from that turn it from a kind of a burdensome weight to being a delightful play. That at first the journey starts where you are on the normal waking consciousness plane and you touch, you come into a kind of spacious awareness that's quiet and clear, and you see it all. And there's no doing, there's no coming, there's no going, it's just, And then something causes you to grab or fixate, and you're suddenly in familiar territory, back in the model of your separateness. And you say, I got high and I came down. And that's a model you impose from your habitual self-definition of separateness. So what does it take to bring about the full transformation so that you don't come back to that? You don't reject it. You dance in your separateness without being entrapped by it. How can you transform where you stand or don't stand so that there is no home to come to? It's all just a play of form. All of the spiritual practices move you in the direction of becoming familiar and at home in what is often called the domain of the spirit, which includes all of this, but seen from a slightly different point of view. And as you've noticed this week, while you've all been extraordinarily open to the variety of practices that have been offered, you can feel that you have, because of where you're starting from, your karmic predicament, a proclivity, an attraction towards one form more than another. For some of you, the kind of metaphysical reflection, thinking about the nature of self or things like that, right on, just excites you immensely and keeps taking you to the edge. Somebody else singing Om Namah Shivaya brings you into, through the softness of the heart, into that quality of spacious moment presence. For another person, the exploring the ways in which you are attached to thought, feeling, role model, the kind of cathartic experience of sharing image of self with each other, the grieving and acknowledging and being with stuff of life has allowed you to relax, release, open. For still others, just the meditative opening into spacious awareness, simply given through the relaxed state of being, is what touched you most deeply. What we come away from is hearing our own unique journey, respecting the uniqueness of others and their journeys. And being careful not to get too enamored of even your path, but rather become free. How many moments when you, quote, leave Omega, or whoever that is that thinks they're doing that, how many moments in the journey between what you think is here and what you think is there, will there be moments? A moment, a pet, a moment of a moment of appreciating a tree, a flower, a moment, a predicament, the poignancy, the humor, the flow, the emptiness, the sweetness, the fullness. How many moments? How much will one get identified with thought of planning? How will my life change? The best practice to be free is to be free. That's the practice. Is to just if per some strange chance you should happen to get lost into your drama sometime in the future again, don't. That image that forgetting is great because it's such fun to remember. And let it come to pass that the forgetting is the remembering. Uspensky, who was a student of Gurdjieff, used to describe how he would go walking and he would try to be mindful. And he would keep witnessing his own behavior, and he'd say, Uspensky is walking down the street. Uspensky is turning left. Uspensky is noticing the sweetness of the weather. And he was just so mindful until he saw his tobacconist's shop. He remembered he needed pipe tobacco. 2 days later, he remembered he had been doing an experiment. At first, you go under and it seems so real again. And you forget you ever knew that it wasn't real. And the moments you tasted freedom seem like dreams. And then as time goes on, it gets so that you're more comfortable remaining in a more spacious way of being in the universe that allows more planes of reality to simultaneously exist. And you arrive, you're so rooted in the quality of being, in the just presence, that as your awareness starts to be drawn out into phenomena and you start to grab the thickness of coming into that density of relationship with form and being in a finite form, somebody doing something, wanting something, thinking something, planning something, remembering something, that thickness itself awakens you. It's as if you dive from air into water, and as the thickness of the water, you feel that resistance. It awakens you. Oh, and you come back out. It's what the beads do. You're ramming your way along, so spacious, and then another car cuts you off. And you are full of righteous indignation. And you're doing the beads ferociously, but there's no ram. That's just, goddamn bastard, he shouldn't have done that. What kind of a thing is that? Son of a bitch. And you're going, you know. And then at some moment, that pressure on the finger, there's a little bit of reminder, and there's a kind of a weak that sneaks up through the anger and righteous indignation. And slowly the method works, and you come back into, wow, that was like a summer storm. Whew. Boy, didn't that anger seem real. It's just hard to conceive how in the midst of all of what is, the suffering, pain, the hope and the hopelessness, the uncertainty, the decay, the corruption, the regeneration, in the thickness of all of it, what one can be not rejecting anything, embracing it all into a spacious presence in which there is delight in the universe and a quality of rootedness or quietness and an embracing of everything as one thing, that out of that comes the compassionate next moment. Out of it arises an action. Many of us are afraid that if we get too free of our indignation or our upset about the condition of things, we won't do what's necessary to right it. But there's another place to play from. Newspaper clipping. Out of the tragedy and misery of the devastating cyclone in Bangladesh came the story of a breathtaking rescue of a child. Abdullah al-Haman told reporters that a dolphin took hold of the baby who had been swept out to sea at the village of Ukiah by a tidal wave during the height of the April 29th cyclone. The baby was delivered back to shore 18 miles from Ukiah, where people took the child from the dolphin's mouth, took it to a district hospital where the infant was said to be well. Do you think the dolphin, what do you think the dolphin thought?
He just wanted to get his name in the papers, probably. what his mother told him to do from an early age.
He could be the best dolphin. Now there are moments when, because you're among satsang, or you're sangha, or you're in a spacious, safe place, or there's time, free time, you can very easily find your way into your deeper truth of your being. And there are other times when it will appear to you that the universe is so repulsive or attractive, fascinating, that you will feel yourself, you'll feel somebody getting caught in something. It's interesting to know on the journey what your limits are, and to define the boundaries that you need. Why do you need boundaries? Ultimately, you will need no boundaries. And maybe the ultimate is now. But there are certain relationships that you will enter into in which that mindfulness and awareness and spaciousness that we have cultivated this week, and the kind of devotional love of the beauty of the manifestation of another being, will be hard tried by the power of the other person's mind, of the ways in which your mutual needs interact. And then it'll become very thick, and you either will have enough cultivation of space to be able to be mindful at that moment, and to transform that into something much more spacious and more truthful and more open and more free, or you won't. And I feel no blame towards myself any longer for those situations that are too strong for me to transform. It seems perfectly okay for me to say, this one I can't work with just now. I'll work with it another day. I don't think you have to push against yourself that way. I think there is an emerging awareness and mindfulness and joy and delight that consumes into itself things if you'll just give it space and time to do. If you'll be patient. And when something's a little too heavy, you may have to stay in it, in which then it is a fire of purification. And you'll keep going under and coming up and going under, and knowing that there's a surface there somewhere, but you'll be drowning in. That just the unbearable nature of it in your finiteness blows you apart, and you suddenly are back here. Trauma is a very profound vehicle for awakening. When you are put in a situation where you are invited to bear what is unbearable, and what happens is like the loss of somebody you love, and you realize that who you think you are can't bear it, and it forces a connection to the deeper part of being where all is, and it's all bearable, even what isn't bearable.
Sometimes the saints, the beings who have become enlightened, are called the living dead. And that has something to do with the fact that the limits of being somebody and thinking they are somebody have died. And the person who says this is unbearable, I can't stand this, isn't there anymore. And they can look just at what is in the universe, including the breaking of the heart over and over and over again. To be able to contain in your being the immensity of the pain, the immensity of the beauty.
All right, folks. Well, thanks for hanging out.
Rest with all of that so in your being that your actions reflect the wisdom that comes from emerging with it all.
Baba Ram Das,
So that the
kind of like some other Babas we talk about.
person that's mentally disturbed,
John St. Julian, Baba Wanyama. Some people will make fun of these Babas, like Baba Pauli, the Hood Buddha, as some might call him. Though some being myself. If we can get Hood Buddha to kind of pass around and circulate, that'd be cool. I think Hood Buddha is a good title.
for people to be other
But without further ado, I bid you farewell. I bid you adieu. Is that? Yeah, I think that works. 4 hours and 32 minutes, like 432 hertz, which Mr. Jack's probably listening to go to bed right now. Probably listening to some binaural beats, as I might do myself. I might go to Brian Scott's channel. And yeah, I think that is how I'm going to end. So much love. Maybe you'll check out another sleep meditation from Brian Scott yourself. And I will see y'all soon. Peace and blessings to you all. Let me see here. Which one should I pick? The power of gratitude. See, this is the thing. I like to fall asleep to the meditations personally, but I meant to listen to this on this stream, but it's already so late. It's almost 4 a.m. here, so I'm gonna wrap it up. But maybe another time. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what tomorrow holds. We have all the time in the world. Perfect. Goes right along with what I'm trying to say here. So, yeah, I'm going to pick something out here. Maybe this one, because I didn't hear all of this. I only heard part. So, anyway, peace and love. Till next time, y'all.
See this check?
Take care.
I'm about to show you how this auto insurance loophole that's set aside.
Welcome to the Reality Radio Show. I'm your host, Brian Scott. We have an amazing.
Much love, y'all. Peace out. Awesome. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Begun the work.
I love y'all immensely.
Discourses by the Ascended Master of Saint Germain.